मत ही गया। अगर वार होगी तो मार्केट बुलिश होगी, जाहिर है। रिस्क ऑन और रिस्क ऑफ करती है। सेटअप शेयर कर सकते हैं वो वाला प्लीज। अगर तो आप मेरे स्टूडेंट है तो मुझे व्हाट्सएप इनबॉक्स करें, मैं आपको शेयर कर दूँ। कैसे 5 मिनट में न्यूज है बताएं। ये डिस्क्रिप्शन में है ना नंबर व्हाट्सएप। न्यूज आ रही 4 मिनट में। अच्छा 11 बजे आ रही है भैया हमारे। 11 पता नहीं क्या न्यूज है, मैंने तो देखी नहीं। मैं तो आपके कमेंट खोल के बैठा हूँ, क्या देखी। सर हमें ऐप की आपकी क्लास करनी है। आपने मेरी क्लास करनी है तो ये ऊपर डिस्क्रिप्शन में मेरा नंबर है, इसके अंदर एडमिशन ऑफर नाउ जिधर लिखा हुआ येलो कलर का, उसके अंदर मेरा व्हाट्सएप नंबर है। आप व्हाट्सएप नंबर लेकर मुझे मैसेज कीजिए, मैं आपको कोर्स के कंटेंट दूंगा, वो पढ़ें। और फिर अगर आप वो कोर्स करना चाहते हैं तो फिर मुझसे फीस स्ट्रक्चर और टाइमिंग वगैरह पूछे। 6:30 बजे तकरीबन पाकिस्तान की क्लास टाइमिंग है और उसकी वीडियोज अवेलेबल होती हैं। अगर आप जॉब भी करते हैं तो उस दिन जब भी फ्री हो आके देख लिया करें। आधा घंटा रोज क्लास होती है, 30 क्लासेज होंगी जूम पर, जूम मीटिंग से करें। ठीक है। 10 ईयर बॉन्ड ऑप्शन। थैंक यू सर। अपनी आज की ट्रेड ज़रा एक्सप्लेन कर दें। वो जनाब स्टूडेंट को एक्सप्लेन करना कर सकता हूँ, मुझे इनबॉक्स कर दें तो कर दें। ऑयल क्या लग रहा है? ऑयल तो समझ नहीं आ रही थी मुझे। ऑयल लग रहा था या पहले मुझे याद ही तो नहीं रहा। अभी मैंने देखा तो सब ऑयल अपने सप्लाई लेवल पर खड़ा है, इसको तोड़ेगा फिर इंग्लिश होगा। एनी कोर्स अवेलेबल फॉर बिगिनर्स। मेरा कोर्स जो है ये बिल्कुल बिगिनर से एडवांस एंड प्रोफेशनल लेवल तक के लिए, जिसको बाय सेल करना आता हो, मार्केट का पेयर्स का पता हो, MT4 या टर्मिनल यूज करना आता हो, ठीक है, लेवरेज का, ये छोटी छोटी चीज़ों का पता हो, टेक्निकल एनालिसिस उसका जीरो हो, सब कुछ उसका जीरो हो, क्योंकि वॉल्यूम बेस्ड जो स्टडी है ये ना टेक्निकल एनालिसिस है ना फंडामेंटल। ये एक तीसरी टाइप है कि स्मार्ट मनी को वॉल्यूम की मदद से आपने देखने की कोशिश करनी है कि क्या उनके फुटप्रिंट पता चलते हैं। और हाथी के पाँव में सबका पाँव। वॉल्यूम जब स्मार्ट मनी आती है तो पता चल जाता है कि वो बायर है या सेलर है। तो ये बिगिनर्स के लिए बेस्ट है। इतने बिगिनर्स नहीं कि आपने कभी फॉरेक्स ही नहीं की तो अब आपके मेरे पास आ जाए, ऐसा नहीं है। आप थोड़ा बहुत जानते हैं अगर, लेकिन आप टेक्निकल एनालिसिस के बारे में कुछ नहीं जानते तो वॉल्यूम स्प्रेड एनालिसिस पहला कोर्स होना चाहिए आपकी लाइफ का, जो आप सीखें। फिर आप बिल्कुल रॉ होंगे ना, न्यू होंगे, बिल्कुल रॉ मटेरियल, एक बिल्कुल क्या कहते हैं प्योर होंगे आप। तो इधर उधर की चीज़ें आपके दिमाग में नहीं होंगी, तो सीधा सीधा वॉल्यूम सीखेंगे तो मेरे ख्याल से तो अच्छा रहेगा। ठीक, आप व्हाट्सएप मैसेज करें, मैं आपको कोर्स कॉन्टैक्ट दूंगा, फिर फीस का बताऊँगा, पहले नहीं बताऊँगा। फीस बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं है, नॉर्मल ही है। सर मैं 20-30 का वेट कर रहा हूँ, 20-30 सही है, अच्छी बात, ठीक वेट कर रहे। सर हम स्टूडेंट नहीं है, देखते हैं, तो आपके लिए तो सारा दिन जो है हमारी टीम आपको सेटअप सब कुछ बता रही है, एक एक चीज़ बता रहे होते हैं, वॉल्यूम भी बता रहे होते हैं। तो बाकी सेटअप इधर मैं अभी नहीं शेयर कर सकता, मूड भी नहीं है, इतना टाइम भी नहीं है। लेकिन ये है कि स्मार्ट मनी जो है ना वो डाउन बार में ना बाइंग करती है। तो डाउन बार में अगर आपको बाइंग नज़र आ रही होती है उसी को देख कर फिर आप छोटे टाइम फ्रेम में उसको ट्रेड कर लेते हैं, मैं जैसे करता हूँ। तो उम्मीद तो ये थी कि ये काफ़ी हो जाएगा, लेकिन ये नहीं गया, ठीक है ना। तो वो ऑटोमेटिक रेडी है कि वो हमारे स्पेशल चीज़ है, उस पर हम नज़र होती है कि उसको ब्रेक आउट करेगा, लेकिन वो नहीं कर पाया। ये चीज़ है इस वजह से। अब इतने मैसेजेस आ रहे हैं ना मुझे, अभी मैं एक्सप्लेनेशन में पढ़ा तो फिर वो सारा जो है वो सब में बाहर हो जाएगा ना। ध्यान पता है इंसान का एक ही तरफ रह सकता है। तो अभी मैं यूट्यूब पे बात कर रहा हूँ तो मुझे उधर मैसेज आना शुरू हो गए, तो मैं सारा वो कंफ्यूज हूँ। और क्या तो मैं आपको आंसर करूँगा। ये क्या हुआ, नहीं भाई, देखते ही रह गए आप, देखते ही फिर वही स्पाइक, फिर वही स्पाइक, अभी सेलिंग पीछे आसमान में उसको उड़ा रही है। हमारा लेवल नहीं था कि ऊपर वाला, अच्छा अंदर वाला लेवल था, ऊपर वाला नहीं, अंदर तक यही कोई, ये तो सेलिंग है। सर आप कहते हैं कि ग्रीन कैंडल पर हाई वॉल्यूम लगे तो सेलिंग होती है, वैसे वाइस वर्सा और ट्रेडिंग व्यू के वॉल्यूम इस वॉल्यूम से डिफरेंट है, ज़रा थोड़ा बता दें। ग्रीन सुबह कैंडल की तो बात ही कभी नहीं हुई, ना ही उनका कोई वैल्यू है। बाय और सेल कैंडल होती है बेटा, और वॉल्यूम मुख्तलिफ ब्रोकर का डिफरेंट होता है। तो ये टिक वॉल्यूम देखा जाता है मार्केट में, तो आप जिस ब्रोकर का यूज़ कर रहे हैं उसी के टिक्स को देखकर आप अंदाज़ा लगा सकते हैं। दूसरे में जाएंगे तो उसके टिक्स देखकर आप बाइंग सेलिंग देख सकते हैं, ठीक है। वो इशू नहीं है, एक ही ब्रोकर देखें वो सही है। लो इम्पैक्ट न्यूज़ या लो इम्पैक्ट न्यूज़, अभी अगर आप मुझे व्हाट्सएप कर रहे हैं कोर्स के लिए, कोर्स कॉन्टेंट्स के लिए, तो वो आपको प्रोवाइड कर दिए जाएंगे। फिलहाल मैं यूट्यूब पर हूँ और आपको मैं सबके आंसर दे दूँगा सब सवालों के, ठीक है। और कोई बात अगर आप करना चाहें तो। और कोई बात सर, स्मार्ट मनी बाय पर है, शॉर्ट पर कैसे पता चलता है? इसी के लिए एक महीना पूरा आपको सिखाना है वॉल्यूम स्प्रेड एनालिसिस, जिससे आपको पता चलेगा स्मार्ट मनी बुलिश है या बेरिश है। अभी बड़ा वॉल्यूम आया ना अभी 5 मिनट में, ये भी बता रहा है कि स्मार्ट मनी बाइंग है या सेलिंग है। डॉक्टर साहब कह रहे हैं कि मार्केट से रिश्ता तोड़ देना चाहिए, कभी कहते हैं दिल कहता है कि ये तुम्हारा सहारा है। ये आप डॉक्टर साहब ये फीलिंग आप डॉक्टर हैं, खुद ही चेक करें कैसी फीलिंग। सबको क्या लगता है गोल्ड किधर जाएगा? ये एक लेवल है भाई, इस लेवल से पुलिस लगता है तोड़ेगा, तो नीचे वाली लेवल से पुलिस से नीचे लेवल। मैं ये चाहता हूँ कि ये 20, 42 से 41 को तोड़े और बाएं चला दे, मुझे ये लगता है। अभी मैंने बताया पूरा एनालिसिस का, फिर बताऊँ दोबारा एनालिसिस कर लो, बड़ा मजे का। रिस्क मैनेजमेंट के बारे में बताइए, रिस्क सेंटीमेंट, रिस्क ऑन और रिस्क ऑफ सेंटीमेंट, वो पूछना चाह रहे हैं, ये क्या पूछना चाह रहे हैं? सर जीबीपी यूएसटी का थोड़ा एनालिसिस करें, अभी किया यार, तो जीबीपी यूएसटी का मुझे जान एनालिसिस कर दिया ना, तो कितना भी करूँ। टेक 100 क्या यूएस टेक का पूछते हैं? खान 07 हंस रहे हैं, मुस्कुरा रहे हैं, और बाकी लोग कह रहे हैं कि एनालिसिस कर दें। मैं जो उसका एनालिसिस करने लगूंगा मेरी जान, बिल्कुल मुझे आप लोगों ने कुछ नहीं कहना ना, मुझे जनाब आपने परेशान करना है ना, तो मैं इसका करने लगा हूँ एनालिसिस। ठीक है, ये होता है कि इंस्टीट्यूशनल चार्ट पैटर्न क्या हुआ एमएल, सिंपल क्या हुआ एमएल ये होता है। ठीक है, ठीक है, ये अब इसको मैं थोड़ा सा और वाज़ेह करता हूँ, चलो सबक ही सही। ठीक है, क्या एमएल ऐसे बनता है, ये यहाँ पर एक सप्लाई लेवल बनता है। ठीक है, ये मैं बना रहा हूँ क्या हुआ है। ठीक है, ये प्राइसेस इस तरह मूव करती हैं। ठीक है, इधर एक दफ़ा, 2 दफ़ा, 3 दफ़ा या 4 दफ़ा, फिर यहाँ से एकदम प्राइस फेक आउट करती है, ब्रेक आउट करती है, फिर इस लेवल से पूरी तरह सेल होती है, बहुत हैवी सेलिंग होती है कार्ड। अच्छा, अब मैं इस नज़र से मार्केट को देखूंगा कि ये चार्ट पैटर्न मैंने अभी बनाया आपके, ये है जी वो चार्ट पैटर्न, हो जाना मामा, ये है जी वो चार्ट पैटर्न, ये है इसका वो पॉइंट जो भी हमने देखा। ठीक है, ये इसके अंदर का लेवल है, प्राइस में ये तोड़ा ना, ये इसका लेवल है ये। तो अब इधर एक दफ़ा इसने आना था, 2 दफ़ा आना था, 3 दफ़ा आ चुकी है। अब चौथी दफ़ा ये यहाँ पर 3-4 पैटर्न बनते हैं जो कि लिक्विडिटी क्रिएट करते हैं, कंप्रेशन है, डायमंड है, फेक क्या हुआ एमएल है, ठीक है, काफ़ी सारे पैटर्न है। तो अब प्राइसेस यहाँ पर पहुँचे और इसको ब्रेक करें, इस एरिया पर आए, यहाँ से हैवी सेल। ये पैटर्न ये कह रहा है, आप हंसें, रोएं, बाँ करें, टाँ करें, ये वो नॉन नॉलेज है, इसको कहते हैं इंस्टीट्यूशनल चार्ट पैटर्न। उस हिसाब से मैं कह रहा हूँ कि पैटर्न। ठीक है सर, आप तो बोले डेली कैंडल अगर नीचे क्लोज हुई तो 1990 जाएगा, मैं नहीं बोला हूँ भैया, मैं कभी आए नहीं, आज ही आया हूँ, मैं ऐसी उल्टी सीधी नहीं बोलता। अभी जो मैं बोला हूँ ये पूरा मैंने आपको एक पूरा चार्ट पैटर्न बना के बताया, ऐसे मैंने वो कैली ब्लॉग नहीं बताया। और मेरे कोर्स में ये इंस्टीट्यूशनल चार्ट पैटर्न भी शामिल हैं, जिसमें इंस्टीट्यूशनल लेवल या बैंक लेवल या ऐसे लेवल जहाँ पर स्मार्ट मनी जो है, जहाँ पे बाइंग सेलिंग करती है। सर यूरो यूएसडी का भी एनालिसिस कर दें एक बार, आगे क्या हो सकता है। मैं इतना ज़्यादा میرے پاس کوئی نہیں ہے کہ میں جو یونیورسٹی کا میں نے پہلے کیا تھا کافی دن پہلے میں نے یہ لیول لگایا تھا، وہاں سے 1 دفعہ 2 دفعہ 3 دفعہ پرائسز ہوئی ہیں اوپر، لیکن ظاہر مارکیٹ ہے وہ اپنے بیہیویئر سے چل رہی ہوتی۔ ابھی یہ لیول جناب ہے اس کے نیچے آپ کا یہ لیول، یہاں بھی وہی ہونا چاہیے کیا کہ پرائس اب یہاں پر باؤنس کرے، پھر کام ادھر آئی یہاں سے اوپر آئی تھوڑی یا زیادہ جتنی بھی اوپر آئی اینڈ اس کا سیل کا ہے یہ اوور سولڈ ہو چکا ہے، تو ابھی تھوڑا بہت بلش جانا چاہیے، تو بلش جانا چاہیے۔ سارے انڈیکیٹر کا کیا نام ہے، میرے پاس صرف والیوم انڈیکیٹر ہے اور میرے پاس بھیا کوئی انڈیکیٹر نہیں ہے، نہ ہی میں یوز کرتا ہوں انڈیکیٹر، وہ ہے ہی نہیں میرے پاس۔ جی بی پی کیٹ کا انالیسس کروں، جی بی پی کیٹ میں نے کبھی زندگی میں نہیں دیکھا، نہ ہی مجھے پتا ہے وہ کیسے حرکت کرتا ہے کیا نہیں کرتا۔ وہ دوسرے انالسٹ آئیں گے وہ آپ کو جی بی پی کیٹ کا ایک چیز بتا، میں اب دیکھوں گا ابھی تو ایک جو چیز پہ دیکھا ہی نہیں تو اسی کو خاص جو ہے میری جاب، میں صرف فوریکس ٹریڈر ہوں۔ میرا واٹس ایپ نمبر جناب اوپر لکھا ہوا ہے، آپ اس کو اس نمبر پہ مجھے میسج کر سکتے ہیں اگر آپ واقعی سیکھنا چاہتے ہیں، جوائن کرنا چاہتے ہیں۔ یہ صرف ان کو نیٹ ورک میری کتنی ہے، میری نیٹ ورک بہت زیادہ ہے کیونکہ میں زمیندار گھرانے سے ہوں، تو مطلب بہت زیادہ اتنی بھی نہیں ہے، مگر ٹھیک ہے، فٹ ہے، فٹ پر ہینڈ ٹو ہینڈ فائٹ ہے، اتنی زیادہ کوئی نہیں ہے لیکن کافی ہے، سروائیول کی وار لڑ سکتا ہوں۔ زمینیں شینے ہیں میری جان، زمینیں جلا دیں جو زمینداروں کی ہوتی ہیں، بہت بڑی نہیں ہے، ٹھیک ہے۔ والیوم لگانے سے کیا ہوتا ہے، گرین ہوتا ہے ریڈ ہوتا ہے؟ نہیں، یہ گرین اور ریڈ نہیں ہے، میرے دیکھ رہے کی کلر کے ہیں۔ تو والیوم یہ بتاتا ہے کہ اسمارٹ منی مارکیٹ میں انٹر ہو چکی ہے، والیوم نے بتایا اسمارٹ منی انٹر ہو چکی ہے، والیوم نے بتایا، دیکھو والیوم بتا رہا ہے اسمارٹ منی انٹر ہو چکی ہے، والیوم بتا رہا ہے اسمارٹ منی انٹر ہو چکی ہے، ابھی بھی والیوم بتا رہا ہے، والیوم بتا رہا ہے اسمارٹ منی انٹر ہو چکی ہے، والیوم بتا رہا ہے اسمارٹ منی انٹر ہو چکی ہے۔ جدھر بھی سوئنگ ہائی لو جہاں بھی آپ دیکھیں گے والیوم بتا رہا ہے کہ وہ آ چکے ہیں، اب وہ بائی کریں گے یا سیل کریں گے، مارکیٹ اب موو کرے گی، ٹھیک ہے جی۔ سر کیا گولڈ بائی کر لیں، ضرور کر لیں، اسٹاپ لاس رکھ لیں، بائی آپ نے کرنا ہے، سیل آپ نے کرنا ہے، میں تو لگا بائی سیل کروانے کے لیے بالکل نہیں بیٹھا ہوا، لیکن اگر آپ بائی کرنا چاہتے ہیں اور آپ کے پاس لاجک ہے तो फिर आप स्टॉप लॉस यूज करें। अगर वो गलत हो जाए तो आपका स्टॉप हिट हो जाएगा, आप आउट हो जाएंगे। नैस्डैक के एनालिसिस प्लीज। नैस्डैक के जनाब ये एनालिसिस काफ़ी दिनों से मैंने किए हुए हैं, तो नैस्डैक का उसी के स्किप घूम रहे हैं। और क्या बताऊँ आपको भाई, अभी ये चार्ट थोड़ा बड़ा है, यहाँ से हम बायर थे इसके, फिर यहाँ से बायर थे, अभी ये फिर बाएंगे और ये बड़े वॉल्यूम से एक ब्रेकआउट हुआ है, लेकिन उसमें सेलिंग है, उसमें क्या है स्पाइक लगी है। ठीक है, स्टोर में तो ये नज़र आ रहा है कि प्राइसेस जो हैं वो बुलिश ही रहेंगी, नैस्डैक तो हमेशा से बुलिश है। तो खैर दिल्ली में आज दिल्ली में जनाब नाइस चेकआउट एंड उसका ब्रेकआउट हो रहा है। दिल्ली की कैंडल अगर ऊपर क्लोज हो जाती है तो फिर नैस्डैक की लास्ट लो ये वाली है, ये लो होल्ड रहनी चाहिए, प्राइसेस इस लो को ब्रेक न करें तो नैस्डैक आपको काफ़ी ऊपर मिलेगा, काफ़ी ज़्यादा ऊपर मिलेगा अगर ये लो होल्ड रहती है। तो थोड़ा बहुत 19-20 हो सकता है कि इसमें कोई लिक्विडिटी क्रैप के लिए प्राइसेस जो है वो नीचे स्पाइक करके फिर चली जाए, यानी फेलियर टू फॉल सिनेरियो हो। लेकिन बता रहा है ये कि मैं बुलिश हूँ। अब भी बहुत बड़ा स्पाइक आया है, इसमें अब सारी कहानी इसी स्पाइक के अंदर, इसमें सेलिंग थी, लेकिन ये कैंडल अगर बाय की क्लोज हो जाती है 40 मिनट के बाद तो नैस्डैक विल बी सो मोर अप और इसके लिए फ्लाई। सर हाई वॉल्यूम तो लगता है, बट वो करते हैं भाई या सर, हाँ आपको ज्वाइन कर लें वॉल्यूम स्प्रेड एनालिसिस का पूरा महीना आपको सिखाऊंगा, आपको पता चलेगा। इधर इस सवाल से क्या होगा, वॉल्यूम तो आता है वो बाय करते हैं, सर कर रहे हैं ना, ये देखें गौर करें, वॉल्यूम आया ना बाय किया नहीं, वॉल्यूम आया बाय किया नहीं, वॉल्यूम आया बाय किया नहीं, वॉल्यूम आया बाय किया नहीं, अब फिर वॉल्यूम आया हुआ, समझे। तो ये तो स्मार्ट मनी बाइक सेलिंग कर रही है, लेकिन वॉल्यूम दिखा के आप वॉल्यूम को अगर एनालाइज करेंगे तो आप बता सकते हैं हर दफ़ा नहीं ज़्यादा दफ़ा के मार्केट बुलिश है। सर गोल्ड के 50 दफ़ा कर चुका हूँ एनालिसिस, फिर कर दूँ, फिर कर देता हूँ क्योंकि वो एनालिसिस बड़ा मजा क्या शिफ्ट मिल जाती है 11,000 रुपये। अच्छा वॉल्यूम एनालिसिस नहीं कर रहा, इसके वॉल्यूम एनालिसिस नहीं कर रहा हूँ। वॉल्यूम के हिसाब से तो ये बहुत हैवी सप्लाई इधर आई है, ये हैवी सेलिंग की निशानी है, लेकिन अभी प्राइसेस यहाँ से बुलिश हुई हैं और ये सिनेरियो जब तक ब्रेकआउट नहीं होता हम कह सकते हैं कि प्राइसेस मजीद ऊपर जा रहे हैं। तो ये रेजिस्टेंस 1 सपोर्ट बिकम रेजिस्टेंस होती है ना, या रेजिस्टेंस बिकम सपोर्ट, तो ये रेजिस्टेंस है क्योंकि सपोर्ट टूटी थी, वो अब रेजिस्टेंस बन गई है। तो ये प्राइसेस यहाँ से टेस्ट करिए, हम दोबारा यहाँ पर आए, इसको तोड़े, यहाँ से नीचे गिरे, तो ये इंस्टीट्यूशनल चार्ट पैटर्न के तहत ये अच्छी सेलिंग होगी। और बताओ जी सब सुबह कितने बजे लाइव आते हैं जनाब? डॉक्टर साहब क्या करें, वॉल्यूम आने के बाद बाय सेल होती है? हाँ वॉल्यूम सारी गेम है। क्या हुआ ML क्वासी मोड ऑफ पैटर्न? सर आपका नंबर व्हाट्सएप पे नहीं दिख रहा है, क्यों नहीं दिख रहा मेरी जान? व्हाट्सएप पे है मेरा, यही नंबर है, +92 कर दो, नाम सेव कर लो राशिद, तो फिर हो जाएगा। आप मोबाइल को जनाब नेट ऑन ऑफ करो, व्हाट्सएप को बंद करके फिर खोलो, फिर सर्च करो, तब आ जाएगा। सर जब प्रॉफिटेबल ट्रेडर बन जाए तब साथ में जॉब की जरूरत। अब ये आपकी इन्वेस्टमेंट पर है कि आप डे ट्रेडर हैं, स्कैल्पर हैं, जिसकी ट्रेडर हैं, या आप थोड़ा थोड़ा कमाना चाहते हैं, जितनी आपकी ज़रूरत है उतना आप अगर कमा लेते हैं तो काफ़ी ठीक है। और अगर आप छोटे अकाउंट वाले हैं और फिर जॉब भी करते रहें, साथ ये भी करते रहें, डबल इनकम, लेकिन इतनी आसान नहीं है ये, तो ज़्यादातर पैसे इसमें ज़ाया होते हैं, बहुत कम लोग इससे पैसा बना पाते हैं। बता दो सर कितने बजे लाइव आते हैं? यार आप चैनल को सब्सक्राइब करें, बेल आइकन दबा दें, आपको नोटिफिकेशन आ जाएगा। ہم آ جاتے ہیں تقریباً صبح، کیا کہتے ہیں، ابھی 7 گھنٹے ہو گئے ہیں، 7 ساڑھے 7 گھنٹے، ٹھیک ہے، 11:30 بجے ہیں، اب 7.5 گھنٹے ہو گئے، اندازہ لگا ہم کیا باتیں ہوئی. 3 بجے. بھائی H1 میں بلش کپ اینڈ ہینڈل بنا ہے، پلیز چیک کریں. H1 میں بلش کپ اینڈ ہینڈل. یار یہ کپ اینڈ ہینڈل کوئی نہیں بنا، مجھے کیا بولا کپ اینڈ ہینڈل کو، یہ کپ اور یہ ہینڈل ہے تو بنا تو ہوا ہے. کیونکہ میں زندگی میں اس چیز کو نہیں کبھی ٹریڈ کیا یا دیکھا بھی نہیں، کبھی پڑا ہوا ہے. تو اس کی اب باریکیاں کیا کیا ہے، ایکسپرٹ نہیں اس کا، ہم اس کو لڑائی نہیں کر سکتے. والیوم کے حساب سے کہانی سے یہ ہے کہ اس میں ہوئی ہے سیلنگ کی بڑی بڑی اسپائک لگی ہے. جب تو یہ ٹوٹے گی تو پھر اوپر جائے گی، نہیں تو پرائسز جو ہیں اس لیول سے اوپر چلی جائیں، اس لیول سے اوپر چلی جائیں. میں چاہتا ہوں کہ یہاں پر جائیں، گریں، ارینج کریں، کچھ کریں، پھر اسپائک اپ کریں، اوپر سے پھر گریں. جو اوپر میں نے ایکسپورٹ کا لیول کیا چھپا کے لگایا ہوا کہ وہ آپ کو بھی دکھا بہت خاص ہے. 10 دفعہ تو دکھایا نا یار، دیکھا نا. کیا بات ہے خیر، آج انرجی خطرناک ہے آپ کی. میری انرجی بالکل زیرو تھی آج، بالکل زیرو. لیکن میں چونکہ ایک ہوں ایتھلیٹ رہا ہوں، تو ہمارا یہی ہوتا ہے کہ ڈونٹ گیو اپ، ٹھیک ہے. تو جس دن ڈاؤن تھی اس دن میرے شو ہو رہی ہے کہ بہت زیادہ ہے. یہ آپ کو دکھ رہا ہے نا، کیونکہ وہ پھر انرجی جو ہے اس کو بڑی پاور سے کمبائن کرنا پڑتا. دیکھیں منکس چائنا کے، ان کی کبھی ٹریننگ وغیرہ دیکھی ہے آپ نے؟ یہ اپلائی کرنا پڑتا ہے نا کبھی. کون سے چارٹ پیٹرن زیادہ افیکٹ ہے؟ کیا او ایم ایل سب سے زیادہ افیکٹ کرتا ہے جی، کیا او ایم ایل. اور ویج پیٹرن سب سے زیادہ اچھا ہے، ویج، ٹھیک ہے. اور کیا او ایم ایل جس کو ہیڈ اینڈ شولڈر کہا جاتا ہے، لیکن وہ ڈفرینٹ انداز، ابھی میں نے آپ کو سکھایا بھی ہے. سر کا انرجی لیول گولڈ کے حساب سے اوپر نیچے ہوتا ہے. یار گولڈ نے تو بالکل انرجی لیول زیرو کیا ہوا ہے. گولڈ نے تو بالکل ہی وہ بس کوئی نہیں نا، گھوم نہیں رہا، یا تو نیچے گر جائے یا بھاگ جائے اوپر. گولڈ کا ویو کیا ہے میرا ڈاکٹر صاحب؟ ڈاکٹر جی میں نے 5 دفعہ بتایا، چھٹی دفعہ سے بتا دیتا ہوں. میرا دل چاہ رہا ہے کہ یہ ریڈ لائن توڑے تو پولیس جائے، اور اوپر ایک میرا لیول ہے H4 کا، اس تک پہنچے، وہاں سے ہیوی سیلنگ ہو، ہیوی سیدھا ڈس 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 گرتا ہی رہے، گرتا ہی رہے، گرتا ہی رہے، اٹھے نا. یہ نہ ہو سب کچھ توڑ دے. بھائی یہ ویو ہوتے ہیں، ان میں لیول کتنا ہوگا، 50 پپ کا لیول ہوگا، 60 کا ہوگا. تو بھائی ٹوٹ گیا اگر کل کو، اور تم نے کہا کہ بھائی آپ تو یہ کہہ رہے تھے، بھائی میں پورا آپ کو چارٹ سمجھایا، اس حساب سے کہہ رہا ہوں. یہ نہیں ہے کہ وہ مطلب ویو ہے نا، ویو تو کوئی بھی دے سکتا ہے، تو میں نے بھی دے دیا. وی ایس اے کے حساب سے والیوم بڑا لگا ہے، اور اس میں پرائسز بائنگ ہونی چاہیے تھوڑی، یہاں سے ہو جائے، تھوڑا نیچے کر کے ہو جائے، ایک اگر یہ نہ ٹوٹا تو یہ لو بریک ہوئی تو پھر خطرہ ہے، بہت زیادہ خطرہ ہے. کوئی پرائسز بہت نیچے بھی گر سکتی ہے. دونوں طرف بھی، اور میرا 20-42 توڑے، اور ابھی تک میں اس کا باہر 1-2 لیول اور دیکھ لو، اس کے بعد اس کا سیلر ہو جاؤں گا. ڈیلی کیڈل والیوم پرائس ایکشن کو دیکھ کر، کیڈل اور والیوم کو دیکھ کر، ٹھیک ہے. سر واٹس ایپ کے علاوہ کوئی اور آپشن نہیں ہے جس سے آپ کو میسج کرے؟ کیوں واٹس ایپ میں کیا مسئلہ ہے؟ अगर आप पाकिस्तान से हैं तो उस पर टेक्स्ट मैसेज कर दें, नंबर नंबर ही होता है। हिडन, क्या हिडन, क्या कह रहे हैं आप हिडन? आप क्यों रो रहे हैं, क्या कह रहे हैं हिडन? मोइन 65 आई थिंक सो। अच्छा कार्टून में बोली तो 2062 गिरना है क्या? 2062 वो नहीं नहीं, ये हो चुका है। मैं ये चाह रहा हूँ देखना अभी, ये है रुपया रुपया रुपया, कि यहाँ जाए, यहाँ पे कोई मेरा पैटर्न बनाए, ऐसे करे, सीधा नीचे आ, काफी नीचे आ, पूरी तरफ सैलर। ये एक व्यू है, एक चार्ट पैटर्न है, उस पर ये व्यू है। वॉल्यूम ये कह रहा है कि ये बहुत हैवी सेलिंग हुई है, तो वो सेलिंग नजर भी आ गई, लेकिन दोबारा प्राइसेस अगर इसको टेस्ट करती हैं तो इसको टेक आउट करती हैं, फिर आगे चलेगी। और ये ऑटोमेटिक रैली है ये, और ये लास्ट इसके अंदर एरिया भी है, लेकिन अभी मैं चाह रहा हूँ कि ये जो है ये जनाबे आला यहाँ पर कहीं आके बुलिश है। ये मेरा एक आइडिया है, ठीक है, जरूरी नहीं है कि यही आइडिया कामयाब हो। कराची से थोड़ी रिजेक्ट हो, इससे थोड़ी रिजेक्ट हो, नीचे चली जाए, यहाँ से थोड़ी रिजेक्ट हो, प्राइस के साथ साथ ही घूमेंगे यहाँ भैया। लंबी प्रेडिक्शन करनी मैंने छोड़ दी है, एज ए ट्रेडर जरूरत नहीं है। क्या हुआ एम एल है वो, हाँ क्या हुआ एम एल है फिर? रिस्क ऑन रिस्क ऑफ सेंटीमेंट क्या होता है? वो ये होता है कि जब वो ज़्यादा दुनिया में जंगी हालात हो ना, खतरे हों, तो जो इन्वेस्टर होता है पैसे वाला बंदा, वो फिर अपना पैसा जो है ना वो रिस्की मार्केट में नहीं लगाता, जाता जिधर से ज़्यादा प्रॉफिट आए वहाँ नहीं लगाता। जो ज़्यादा प्रॉफिट वाली मार्केट जो होती हैं, जैसे बिल्डिंग हो गई या ट्रेडिंग हो गई, उसमें वो पैसा नहीं लगाता जंगी हालात में, कि उसको पता है कि अभी रिस्क नहीं लेना, जंग है, पैसा सेव रखना चाहिए, उसको ज़्यादा पैसे कमाने की वो कोशिश नहीं करता। ये होता है रिस्क ऑन रिस्क ऑफ सेंटीमेंट। दूसरा क्या है कि रिस्क ऑफ, वो रिस्क लेना जब चाहता है वो पुरअमन हालात होते हैं, ठीक है, तो जंगी हालात में क्या खरीदता है फिर? वो खरीदता है जनाब सोना, गोल्ड, गोल्ड को बाय करता है, क्योंकि सेफ साइड यही है ना कि हमारे पास सोना होगा, बेच की चीज़ें जंग वगैरह लग जाए, नुकसान हो जाए, तो गोल्ड से तुम अपने करवाइए कर लोगे बेच के, ठीक है, तो ऐसी चीज़ें लेगा जिससे उसको फायदा हो, लेकिन वो रिस्की जगहों पर नहीं जाएगा, अपनों पर इन्वेस्ट नहीं करेगा। तो अगर जंगी हालात ना हो तो फिर वो क्या करता है? सेल करता, सेल नहीं करता, फिर वो इधर रिस्की मार्केट में आता है। ये एक कहानी थी जो किसी भी मैंने सुना दी, आप जो खुद ही समझ लो। अकाउंट बिग हो तो स्टॉप लॉस नहीं लगाते हैं हम। अकाउंट आपका $1 मिलियन का भी हो तो स्टॉप लॉस आपने लाजमी लगाना है, स्टॉप लॉस हिट करवाना है। ट्रेडर है ही वही जिसका स्टॉप लॉस हिट हो जाए, वो ट्रेडर ही नहीं है जो कि लॉस नहीं ले सकता या गलत नहीं हो सकता, वो ट्रेडर नहीं है, वो गैम्बलर है। ट्रेडर गलत होता है और उसको होना भी चाहिए, यही उसकी ट्रेडिंग है कि यार मैं आज गलत हो गया हूँ, मैंने इतनी खरीदारी की थी, इतना सामान लिया था, वो जनाब नहीं बिका और सस्ता हो गया, मैं आज गलत हो गई, लेकिन मेरे पास फर्ज करे 10 लाख 10 करोड़ 10,000 रुपये थे, तो मैंने सारे का कारोबार नहीं किया, मैंने 2-3% का किया है आज, क्योंकि कल भी करना है, तो 2-3% का नुकसान हो गया, कल जनाब मंडी तेज़ होगी तो मैं वही 2-3% फिर इन्वेस्ट करके 4-5% निकाल लूँगा, पिछला लास्ट भी कवर हो जाएगा। लेकिन अगर बड़ा पैसा मैंने एक ही दफ़ा ठोक दिया तो खुद ही ठुक जाऊँगा। बाकी ये है कि बहुत बड़ा अकाउंट है और आप करेंसी को देख रहे हो किसी रेंज में है कोई पेयर, तो रेंज में वो लोग बहुत खुश होते हैं, फ़ायदा होता है उनको है, लेकिन जब वो रेंज टूटती है तो फिर उनकी हालत देखने वाली होती है, बड़े अकाउंट वाली ऐसी हालत उसकी होती है ना। ये एक्यूमुलेशन डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन ये सारा चक्कर मार्केट यही तो करती अभी भी ये यही कर रही है, आपको किसी को समझ नहीं है, ठीक है। मार्केट जो है ना सेल हुई, सेल होने के बाद उसने एक्यूमुलेशन स्टार्ट कर दी, ट्रेडिंग रेंज। अब इस रेंज में बड़ा अकाउंट वाला बड़ा कुछ है, मैं इधर से बाय करता हूँ, ठीक है, इधर से सेल करता हूँ, उल्टा सीधा लगा हूँ, तो यहाँ से मेरी बाय निकल जाती है, मैं बाय करता रहता हूँ, फिर निकल जाती है, ठीक जनाब, क्योंकि रेंज चल रही है, लेकिन ये एक्यूमुलेशन हो रही है। एक दिन आएगा ये मार्क अप में जाएगी, बुलिश हो, और जब वो बुलिश होगी तो फिर तुम्हारे प्रोग्राम सारे गए। फिर तुम उसको इंतजार करते करते 5 साल, 8 साल, 10 साल, ये साइकिल के मुताबिक फिर 45 ईयर का साइकिल भी होता है और 90 ईयर का भी होता है। तो तुम उस साइकिल में फंस गए तो गए थे, फिर देखते रहो गाँव को डीजे फाड़ के। मैंने बहुत लोग देखे हैं, बहुत लोग देखे हैं, और मतलब पेट्रोल पंप का तो उन्होंने अपने लगा दिए। मैं आपको गोल्ड टेक बताता हूँ, और मुझे याद है जब मैंने नया नया भी ऐसे सीखा था तो आज से इतना सा पहले तकरीबन 2017 में रमजान में मैंने उनको कहा था कि आपका ट्रेड निकल जाएगी। पता क्या, वो खुदा के बंदे पेट्रोल पंप बेच के इधर गोल्ड बाय कर बैठे। बहुत बुरे हालात थे, मार्केट ये एक्यूमुलेशन करती रही, वो मुझे मिले यहाँ पर या यहाँ पर कहीं। तो मैंने कहा कि अभी गोल्ड जो है ना आपकी ट्रेड निकल जाएगी, बाय हो जाएगी। अगर आपने हैजिंग की भी हुई है तो सेल वाले को ब्रेक इवन कर दें। तो बिल्कुल मायूस हो चुके, कभी भी निकलेगी, निकल गई ना, लेकिन जिंदगी सारी इनकी तबाह हो गई, सब कुछ खत्म हो गया, उजड़ गए। तो एक बंदा नहीं उजड़ा, बहुत उजड़े हैं यहाँ पर, ये मार्केट डिज़ाइन ही ऐसे की गई है। अब जो ट्रेडर इधर फंसा हुआ है उसको कौन निकालेगा, ये बताओ। 2008 में जो फंसा, जो इधर बाय में फंसा हुआ था, वो तो शायद यहाँ पर बच गया, लेकिन बचते कोई नहीं है ना। वो यहाँ से सेल करेगा, यहाँ से बाय करेगा हैज वाला, मैंने बहुत देखे, मैं टीचिंग लाइन है, एंड यहाँ से वो सेल कर देगा हैज के, और एंड यहाँ से वो बाय कर देगा। तो अब उसमें किधर से निकलना है? 99% हैज वाले इसी तरह फंसे। क्या यार नंबर लिखा हुआ है ना, हैजिंग इज नाउ इजी, कोई नहीं इजी हैजिंग हैजिंग, तो ये कहानी है। आपका वही वाला हिसाब है कि ये इतने पैसे फला बंदे के डूब गए, तो दूसरा कहता है कि यार ये इतने पैसे पानी में लेकर क्यों गया जो डूब गए। तो ये हैजिंग, ये चीजें, ये कहानियां सारी टोटल कहानियां। बड़ा कूद रहे होते हैं लोग कि हमने ये इतना पैसा हमने कर लिया, ये कर लिया, वो कर लिया। तो जब ट्रेंड चलेगा ना बेटा, फिर मेरे पास आना, फिर मैं पूछूंगा। तो बेहतर है कि थोड़ा सा ट्रेंड को देख ले, समझ ले, और जो भी कर रहे हैं आप तो कम से कम उसकी बिग पिक्चर को देख लें, वर्स्ट सिचुएशन को ध्यान में रखें। तो ठीक है, आप कमा रहे हैं अगर उससे तो अच्छी बात है, लेकिन ऐसी सिचुएशन में थोड़ा सा जब एक्यूमुलेशन और डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन होती है टॉप या बॉटम पर, तो फिर डरना निकल जाता है। डराना चाहिए, ट्रेडर को ज्यादा से ज्यादा डराओ, इतना डरा दो ट्रेडर को कि ट्रेड ना करे। मैं किधर डरा रहा हूँ, मेरी अजीब साहब यहाँ डरा कह रहा हूँ। आप क्या समझे थे कि ये फॉरेक्स ऐसी मार्केट है कि एक टेबल पर पैसे पड़े हुए हैं, डॉलर, पाउंड, सोना, ऑयल, सिल्वर, तो वो टेबल घूमेगा, आपने उठा लेने हैं? ऐसा नहीं है ना, ये रियलिटी है ना, थोड़ा इसको फेस करें। दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा ट्रेडर है क्या ना, जॉर्ज सोरोस, वो कहता है कि जब लोग फियरफुल होते हैं तो मैं ग्रीडी हो जाता हूँ, और जब लोग ग्रीडी हो रहे होते हैं मैं फियरफुल हो जाता हूँ। इस जुमले में सारी ट्रेडिंग है। सर ऐसे क्या क्यों करते हैं एंड से सेल्फ टेंशन में? नहीं, उनको पता ही नहीं ना, ट्रेडिंग नहीं ना आती उनको, उनका मार्जिन खत्म हो रहा होता है ना। ये डिजाइन इन्होंने ऐसे की हुई है, या कहा अगर वो उन्होंने सेल कर दी, ठीक है, नीचे से तो मार्केट जब टॉप पर जाती है तो उनका उधर मैक्सिमम पेन लेवल अभी जो मैंने दिखाया इसको MPL मैक्सिमम पेन लेवल, वो उधर उनका अकाउंट जो है वो उनको पता है कि इससे ऊपर गया तो मेरी फिर लॉट बराबर हैज नहीं होती, ठीक है। तो फिर वो उधर हैज करते हैं हाई पर या लो पर उल्टी, ये बात है। फॉरेक्स में ट्रेड करने के लिए कौन सा ऐप सख्त है? वी 52 तक जा सकता है, वी 52 तक हाँ जा सकता है, क्यों जा सकता है, लेकिन कहाँ से होके जाएगा पता नहीं। ऐसे ही है राशिद भाई, सारे 38 से बाएँ में हूँ, सारे 38 तो यार ये 38 है बाएँ में हूँ, कौन सी क्या मत आ गई। स्टॉप लॉस रख दो, ये लेवल लगे हुए हैं, स्टॉप लॉस रख दो, उड़ गए दौड़ गए। फंडिंग अकाउंट का ब्रीफ कर दें, डूज एंड डू नॉट। उसमें डूज एंड डू नॉट क्या है, उसमें तो उन्होंने आगे लिमिट रखी होती है कि $1,00,000 का अकाउंट है, उसमें आप $5,000 एक दिन में लॉस कर सकते हो और टोटल 12,000, ये हर एक की डिफरेंट है। तो ये फंडिंग अकाउंट की कहानी जो है थोड़ी सी डिफरेंट है, वो उसके रूल्स आप पढ़ेंगे तो उसकी पहले प्रैक्टिस कर लें, डेमो को मेथडोलॉजी सीख कर अच्छी तरह से सीख कर फिर है कामयाब हूँ। आप क्या कहते हैं? क्या व्हाट्सएप नंबर मेरा नहीं मिला, क्या हो गया? लिखा हुआ यार तो आपको व्हाट्सएप नंबर नहीं मिल रहा है? बिगिनर्स के लिए है ना कोर्स, ये बिगिनर्स एडवांस प्रोफेशनल सब के लिए है, और काफ़ी अच्छा रहेगा अगर आप सीख लेंगे, कहीं से भी दुनिया में सीख लें, लेकिन वॉल्यूम बेस्ड स्टडी को ज़रूर सीखिए। वॉल्यूम बेस्ड स्टडी तो ज़रूरी है। बल्कि मैं तो कहूँगा मस्ट है ट्रेडर के लिए, तो ये अंदाज़ा होना चाहिए ये क्या है ना ट्रेडिंग का, अगर कैसे भी ट्रेडिंग कर रहा है तो जनाब ये 6:30 बजे क्लास हुआ करेगी पाकिस्तान के, और अगर आप जॉब करते हैं तो जब भी आप जॉब से आएंगे सेम है एज इट इज़ वर्ड टू वर्ड उसकी रिकॉर्डिंग आपको मिलेगी। तो आप घर आइए किसी वक्त भी, आप उसको देखिए, फ्री होंगे तो उस दिन की वीडियो आप देख लें, उसके नोट्स बना लें और बैक टेस्ट कर लें और फिर मुझे भेजेंगे आप। तो ज़ाहिर है टाइमिंग का कोई इशू नहीं है, अगर आप जॉब वाले भी हैं तो आप इसको मैनेज कर सकते हैं आसानी से कि जब भी आप फ्री होंगे और वो सेम उसकी रिकॉर्डिंग आपको मिल जाएगी। तो उसको आप देखिए, देखने के बाद उसके नोट बनाइए, जैसे मैं बताऊँगा उस वीडियो में उसी तरह उसको करें, ठीक है। तो टाइमिंग का इशू नहीं है, वैसे पाकिस्तान में 6:30 बजे क्लास, ठीक है, समझे? व्हाट्सएप नंबर ऊपर डिस्क्रिप्शन में है, अगर आप चाहते हैं कुछ सीखना तो ये आप पर है, आपको यूज। स्क्रीन किस वक्त बंद होती है? बंद नहीं करनी स्क्रीन, मैं सर से पूछता हूँ। हाँ व्हाट्सएप नंबर डिस्क्रिप्शन में है। यू हैव अ ब्यूटीफुल masculine voice. Please can you do fresh message on GBGPY requesting from UK. यार आपने इतनी ज़बरदस्त इतनी प्यारी बात कर दी है, तारीफ कर दी है मेरी, तो अब तो GBGPY तो निकालना पड़ेगा। अब ये तो नहीं हो सकता इतनी प्यारी बात तो करे GBPJPY, इतना हम इतना शफीक इंसान अगर कोई है तो उसको तो मैंने ये तो मंथली में तो ये इंडल्ट कर चुका है, और वैसे ये अपने MPL लेवल पर ही खड़ा है ये। अब ये इसको अगर तोड़ गया तो ये तो बहुत ज़्यादा बुलिश है। वीकली में भी ये प्राइसेस जो हैं अगर आपको यहाँ मिलती हैं तो यहाँ से आप बाइंग कर लें। डेली में भी यही लेवल है, और फिर वो छोटे छोटे लेवल भी हैं। थोड़ा वॉल्यूम आया है। और एक्सटोर में क्या है, एक्सटोर में बाइंग है, और एक्सटोर में क्या है, जज़ाक अल्लाह भाई, आपकी आवाज़ बहुत प्यारी है, थैंक यू फरमाने का। बस किसी भी केसी भाई जो है ना, कल सर गोल्ड डाउन जाना रहा है। हाँ, जाना तो रहा है, लेकिन अभी मैं नहीं चाहता कि डाउन जाए, जा रहा है, लेकिन अभी मैं नहीं चाहता कि ये बहुत ज़्यादा सेल हो जाए। वैसे मेरे ना चाहने से क्या होता है, जब तक ये नहीं तोड़ता सेल है, तो ये हैवी सेलिंग हुई है इसमें, और यहाँ पर लेवल सेल की वजह से रिजेक्शन हुई है, तो ऐसे यहाँ से उठ सकती है, नहीं तो यहाँ से उठ सकती है। ठीक है, तो अगर प्राइसेस ये सारा एरिया तोड़ जाती है तो फिर इस लो तक आएंगी। ठीक है जी, यही है। और ये लेवल टूटा तो मैं इसका सेफ बायर था, और यहाँ से भी मैंने कहा कि प्राइसेस यहाँ से ये भी कहना, ये टोपती तो बुलिश हो जाती है, लेकिन वो बाय की कैंडल में हैवी वॉल्यूम और स्पाइक थी, फिर मैं गल्फ हुई, अभी फिर ये सेलिंग दिखा रहा है, बाइंग नहीं दिखा, बाइंग जब दिखाएगा तो दिखाएगा। अच्छा जी, भट्टी साहब कह रहे हैं, राशि साहब अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह, आफ्टर लर्निंग फ्रॉम यू आई हैव कंप्लीटेड माय एवल्यूशन ऑन फंडेड अकाउंट, लव यू सर, सलामत रहें आप। हाँ, मेरे शकीर बहुत चीते हैं, वो टॉप से सेलिंग करा रहा था, मैंने कहा कि ये टूटा तो भाई मेरा जहन कह रहा है कि वो पूरा सिनेरियो मैंने देखा, वो कहता है नहीं ये 100% सेल है, यूट्यूब पे भी कह रहे थे वो जब मैं पहले आया था, सेल हुआ पे ज़ाहिर है मैंने फिर कहा, उन्होंने कहा कि आपका स्टूडेंट हो, तो फिर मैंने दोबारा रीचेक किया मार्केट को इस छोटे सिनेरियो में, तो वाकई यह है कि BS से ट्रेडर जो एक दफ़ा मुझसे सीख लेगा, वो फिर इंशाअल्लाह किसी और से पूछेगा नहीं, बताएगा ही कि बाय है या सेल है। अगर मेहनत करेगा, मेहनत नहीं करेगा, उसको अगर किसी को समझ नहीं आएगी तो एक अलग बात है। आप पूछ रहे हैं किसी फलां पंडित फर्म के बारे में, वो मैं नहीं बता सकता, मुझे कोई पता नहीं है, ना मैं पंडित कभी किया, ना पंडित की ज़रूरत है। मुझे यूएस ऑयल का बता सकते हैं, क्यों नहीं बता सकते, यूएस ऑयल का कुछ कुछ समझ आएगी तो बताएंगे ना। यूएस ऑयल ये सप्लाई लाइन पर है, यहाँ से नीचे जा सकता है, और नीचे इसकी जो भी डिमांड लेवल है उन लेवल से ये अपना जो है, अगर इसमें भाई जाना है दिल्ली में तो आज बड़ी बुरी अफसोस सुना रहा है। ये सेलिंग हो रही थी, इसमें वीकनेस बार बार आ रही थी, लेकिन प्राइस नीचे एरिया है, अभी ये सेल लग रहा है मुझे, ये अगर तोड़ देगा ना ये सेलिंग, अगर ये इसने तोड़ दी तो फिर प्राइसेस नीचे आएंगी, ये भी एक उसका लेवल है। ठीक है, वैसे मैं चाहता हूँ ये नीचे आई, यहाँ से बुलिश हो, इस तरह से भी चाहता हूँ, लेकिन सही मुझे इसका अभी कोई सर पूछे तो एनालिसिस अच्छा वाला नहीं है मेरे पास, है ही नहीं। तो जब ये क्लियर होता है तो हम बता भी देते हैं, अब नहीं क्लियर तो क्या करूँगा, हर वक्त बाय सेल अपनी तरफ से तो नहीं बना सकता हूँ, ये वजह है। اچھا جی کیا کہہ رہے ہو بھائی اب کیا بھائی ہے مجھے اس کا جو مکمل سنیریو ہے نا اس وجہ سے ویسے کہہ رہا ہوں ضروری نہیں ہے ٹھیک ہے ایک ایسے انسان ہو جاتا ہے نا وہ بولش بنا دیا تھے تو یہ بولش ہی جائے اس میں جو ڈیلی میں تھوڑی بہت بائنگ ہوئی ہے نا اس وجہ سے کہہ رہا ہوں کہ ایک اسپائک کرنی چاہیے تھی اس کو تو اس وجہ سے اور ایکسپور میں جو اوپر ایک لیول پڑا ہوا ہے وہ اس کی وجہ سے لیکن یہ جو ہے ابھی اس میں والیوم لگا ہے نا ادھر یہ بڑا خطرناک ہے ٹھیک ہے تو تھوڑا سا دھیان میں رہے میں یہ چاہتا ہوں کہ پرائسز اوپر جا کے وہاں سے گرے ایک ویسے ہی میرا ایک انسٹیٹیوشنل چارٹ کرنے کا ایک پیٹرن ہے یہ ایریا موجود ہے پرائز یہاں سے اٹھ جائے یہاں سے اٹھ جائے نہیں تو یہ ٹوٹ گیا تو پھر چھوڑ دے گول کو پھر ڈیلی کینڈل دیکھوں گا نا ویکلی کینڈل دیکھوں گا ڈیلی کینڈل دیکھوں گا والیوم دیکھوں گا پھر اینالائز ہے اب ویکلی میں بہت ہیوی سیلنگ ہوئی ہوئی ہے بہت ہیوی یہ کینڈل بنی ہوئی ہے اس کے اوپر اتنی بڑی وک ہے اور یہ بہت لیکن یہاں سے یہ بائنگ ہوئی تھی بار بار آپ کو کہہ رہا تھا یہ بائنگ ہوئی ہوئی ہے پرائز گئی ہے نا اوپر اب یا تو وہ یہاں سے پولیس چلے جائیں یا اسپائک کرے تو اس میں اسپائک تو کر دی ہے اچھا اب یہ ہیوی سیلنگ ہے تو کسی وقت کی اگر پرائز اس لو کو توڑے گی تو پھر گولڈ کو لمبا سیل کرے گی اگر اس لو کو نہیں توڑتی تو پھر نہیں یہ اس میں سیلنگ آ چکی ہے ٹھیک ہے اب اس لاسٹ ویکلی جو یہ لاسٹ ویک ہے اس کی کلوز کے اوپر رہے اور اس کی لو کے اوپر کے پرائسز اس کے اندر آپ کو پھر سیل دکھاتے ہیں تو آپ سیلنگ کر سکتے ہیں ٹھیک ہے تو ڈیلی میں یہ نیچے سے انہوں نے بائنگ کی ہے نیکٹن اور اس کے اندر کلوز کر دی تو یہ تھوڑا سا روک رہا ہے اس کو کہ پرائسز یہاں سے بلش بھی جا سکتی ہیں اوپر لیول دیکھیں نا میرے لگے ہوئے ہیں تو ان لیول میں ملتا ہے تو پھر لانگ ٹرم سیلنگ ہو جاتا ہے نہیں تو یہ ڈیلی کی لو بریک کرے گا کینڈل کو یہ بائے کی جو کل کینڈل ہے نا اس کی لو بریک ہوئی تو پھر نیچے چلا جائے وہ اچوان میں لگی ہوئی ہے بس سمپل یہ وجہ ہے بولش کا اپنا ہینڈل نہیں یار میں وہی کرتا ہوں سر ایرو والا انڈیکیٹر کیا ہے یہ نو سپلائی نو ڈیمانڈ کا انڈیکیٹر ہے نو سپلائی نو ڈیمانڈ ٹھیک ہے جی کلاسز 30 دن ہوں گی جی 30 دن اور سنڈے آف ہے اس میں سیٹرڈے کو بھی ہوگی 6:30
From New York City for our viewers worldwide, I'm Sonali Bassett, and Bloomberg Real Yield starts right now. Coming up, hot jobs and higher wages. It's pushing yields higher and volatility back into the bond market, while hopes for a March rate cut are disappearing. But we begin with the big issue, an upside payroll surprise.
Wow. I mean, what an amazing job report. this is a very strong report, a strong labor market.
The economy is really strong.
This means March is off the table.
The Fed is now thinking that March is going to be too soon.
It was a reality check. The market actually hadn't been listening to Powell.
The market got super overzealous.
The market did get carried away.
Powell is still sounding very cautious.
He was right to be a little bit more hesitant.
For the time being, with activity still resilient, it makes sense to err on the side of caution.
All inflation needs to do is do what it's been doing, and they're going to start coming.
It's wait and watch the data, see how that comes through. Chair Powell's really trying to buy time.
They can hold off. They can wait and see.
I worry that the Fed is going to kind of just not move and wait until something really unravels in the job market.
And on the back of that jobs report, you do have the market dramatically repricing. Just take a look at the 2-year yield alone. By 1 p.m. on Friday, you saw it shot up about 20 basis points. And not only is it a lot higher in the day, you're looking at nearly a full round trip in that 2-year yield since the beginning of the month. It's over a 30-day time frame. You do have the 2-year about 7 basis points higher in that time. So not only is the market recalibrating their expectations for when that cut might happen, you have pricing moving around in real time. I want to flip up the board here because there are some ramifications for this higher for longer thinking. And this is where you see it in credit spreads. This is a broader metric here on health, and we're looking at the global credit spreads across indices really widening the most this week since you've seen back in October. And you see it on the heels of other stresses in the market. For example, here, the white line is tied more closely to the financial industry. And of course, this week, you've seen a hop up, a widening of spreads here when you saw some concerns around New York Community Bank and credit quality tied to the commercial real estate sector. Now, the question is, are there other sectors that will be more immune to that higher for longer dynamic? But for now, even before today's jobs report, Fed Chair Jay Powell was signaling caution on cutting rates.
Based on the meeting today, I would tell you that I don't think it's likely that the committee will reach a level of confidence by the time of the March meeting to identify March as the time to do that. But that's to be seen.
Joining us now, Debbie Cunningham of Federated Hermes and PIMCO's Tiffany Wilding. Tiffany, when you look at the volatility just in the 2-year alone, let alone along the curve, how much risk is there still in short end rates?
Yeah, well, in our recent Outlook piece for 2024, we titled it Navigating the Descent because, inflation has come down quite a bit from peak levels. Eventually, the Federal Reserve and other central banks will be cutting, but, the path to getting there and then ultimately, the pace thereafter is probably going to be a bumpy road. And I think that the recent volatility that you've seen in the front end is a clear example of that.
Deborah, how do you think about even moving along the curve here? Because you saw it just a couple days ago, the 5-year really take a drastic leg down in terms of yields. You were seeing a huge bid into that 5-year portion of the curve. Is that still a place you would be buying, or how much risk do you see as you start to move along in duration?
I think there's more risk than the market is willing to accept at this point. And I agree with Tiffany. And ultimately what that means is volatility is going to continue to abound. I'm not quite sure why the market rallied post the FOMC this week. I mean, Chair Powell seemed very clear. March was off the table. And now the numbers that support that from an economic perspective are coming to fruition. And so finally the market it's like getting, cold water thrown on it. But quite honestly, I think it was overzealous for a good portion of the month of January already, and my expectations would be for the rest of this quarter and probably even the rest of the first half, you're going to see some ups and downs that are pretty substantial in the market.
Well, Deborah, double down there. How do you navigate? Where do you buy or sell to position for that reality?
Well, I think you have to look at the time frame. If you're looking at true cash, things that you need from an operating basis today, tomorrow, next week, that stays in short-term securities, that stays in money market funds, that stays in very liquid, available funds on a given day without really principal risk associated with them. If you're talking about something from a strategic or core cash basis that will likely not be needed till maybe the end of this year, the second half at some point, or maybe even into 2025, then I think you're very safe navigating out into the next aspects of the curve, whether it's micro short, ultra short. 1 to 2 year type of space. But I wouldn't do it with cash that you are worried about from a principal perspective over the next couple months.
When you think, Tiffany, just about how shocking and conflicting some of the data has been, just how strong jobs have been just today alone in its report, do you reposition to capitalize on the direction of travel here as market expectations change?
Well, so I think that, any good risk manager has to think in terms of scenario planning. And although, the rhetoric has certainly been that a soft landing, the probability of that is increased, and we don't necessarily disagree with that. Chair Powell himself even said that the balance of risks are looking more balanced, but nevertheless, there's still risks out there. And I think the fact that growth in the United States has been so strong, relative to its past history in the second half of this year, but also relative to its developed market peers, which have really stagnated. And you're still seeing very strong trends within the labor market, a labor market that's even maybe inflecting a little bit higher here, then you have to be a little bit worried that inflation could reaccelerate. Now, of course, in 2023, you had good supply side news that resulted in inflation coming down despite all that demand that we had. But that might not be the case in 2024. As we've argued, you can't go to heaven twice. I mean, those supply side gains might have kind of run their course. So I think you have to be cognizant of reacceleration risks. But of course, on the other side of that, the issues with New York Community Bank, and obviously what we know in CRE markets, you have to be cognizant of those downside risks as well.
Debbie, follow up here on this idea of a reacceleration of inflation. It's not just hot jobs, it's wages too. How much does that pose a risk into the coming months as the market recalibrates any potential for a rate cut?
I think wage inflation, I think housing inflation, those are things that continue to run very hot. They've come down. The acceleration has certainly slowed, but they're still rising. They're not decelerating at this point. And I think there is substantial concerns that those will offset, what have been gains from an energy sector, from a supply side perspective in 2023 as we go out, into the first half of 2024, and the reacceleration is quite possible. I think, the confidence level that Chair Powell continued to emphasize at his press conference this week needs to be addressed.
You just think about the recalibration of expectations, not just about a March rate cut, the idea pretty much going away in markets. Even a May cut, you had the odds drop from more than 90% down to about 66, 65% in the market today. How likely do you think, Tiffany, a May cut will be at this point?
Yeah, well, I think the thing that we've been saying is that, we always thought a March was a little bit too early. But nevertheless, there's a lot of data between now and May. We do think inflation will continue to, on a year-over-year basis, decelerate. We'll think it get into that 2-point-something zone. That we think the Fed would be eventually comfortable with cuts. So taking everything into consideration, our baseline view is still that kind of mid-year is still a reasonable expectation, which is consistent with where we think that Federal Reserve officials are at this point. And then kind of every other meeting type of pace after that, is kind of reasonable. But as I suggested, as I emphasized, there's certainly scenarios on either side of that case. It's something that the markets are going to be trading. Markets are all about the balance of risks, not just the baseline. So as I mentioned, navigating from here until May will probably not be an easy journey, but for right now, at least that's our kind of baseline. Is more of a mid-year type of kind of a June timeframe.
There was a lot of discussion about cuts, but Debbie, there's also a lot of question about the Fed's own balance sheet, what it looks like, impact on markets. How much will the Fed be able to take their gas off the quantitative easing cycle into more of the quantitative tightening before you would see any type of a taper? Tantrum, rather.
I'm not sure that it would be considered quantitative tightening just to take to reduce the amount. If you look back at when the process began, they kind of ramped it up over the course of 6 months. There's the likely potential and possibility, I think, that they do the same thing on the downside. I think the fact that it was emphasized that they really haven't had the discussion on QT yet, that they would be looking at the March meeting for a more fulsome overview of how it was impacting the market and whether or not it truly was having any kind of impact on the liquidity in the treasury market. Certainly that would be at odds to what they're looking to achieve. I think we're looking at something that is a first half, maybe beginning of second half item, but I don't think it's something that is going to happen with immediacy.
How do you think, Tiffany, that this would start to impact the market? We're already seeing this push-pull between tighter and looser financial conditions, but if you think about tightening and the way that it could impact the banking system, you yourself mentioned New York Community Bank earlier. Are there more strains to be had with the advent of a tightening cycle?
Well, I certainly think so. Our kind of take on the community bank issue is that they were under reserved for the potential losses that could occur within their CRE portfolio, and they wanted to shore that up. I certainly think there are other smaller regional banks that are also probably under reserved. So this is probably not the first piece of bad news that we could get, on the regional banking sector. So I think you have to be cognizant of those kind of risks. We know that there's a recession happening within the CRE market, within the office market, but it's just a question of the kind of broader spillovers into the economy, which we think will be manageable because many of these banks, those properties are still paying and they are not, they don't have to mark to market unless they have to, to roll over the debt. So I guess overall what we would say is that, from that perspective, certainly we could see a little bit tighter financial conditions. We think it's going to be manageable. On the QT angle, the thing I would emphasize really 2 points. The first one is the Fed, I think, has been very clear that even if they start cutting interest rates, they could still continue QT because it's normalizing the balance sheet and they would be normalizing interest rates back to a neutral level. So they're normalizing both things. The second thing on QT that I would just highlight is that it's interesting to me that people are talking and so focused on tapering when you look at reserve levels, bank reserve levels, they actually haven't tightened at all, really, despite the fact that the Fed's reducing its balance sheet because it's all come out of the RRP. So I think there's more that the Fed can do here. Maybe they do it a little bit more slowly, but my expectation would be that they're not. QT is going to continue at least throughout this year.
More risks ahead to keep an eye out for. Debbie Cunningham of Federated Attorneys and Tiffany Wilding of Up next, the auction block. IBM is helping to drive U.S. high-grade issuance to a record month, and we're still watching those deals soar. So keep an eye on it all. Stick with us. This is Doing Deals on Bloomberg. I'm Shonali Bassick, and this is Bloomberg Real Deal. It's time now for the auction block, where just like the jobs report, issuance is still red hot. In Europe, January was a record-beating month, with borrowers selling more than 350 billion euros in new debt. Sovereigns led the way with large deals from Italy, Spain, and Germany. And here in the United States, blue-chip firms sold nearly 190 billion of bonds in January, and it set a new record for the month. IBM, Capital One, and Kinder Morgan fueled sales this week. And over in high yields, volume stood at over 31 billion, and it was the busiest month since September of 2021, and it was the busiest January in 3 years. Sticking with credit, BlackRock's Jeffrey Rosenberg sees opportunities off the back of the Fed's decision.
The credit markets, despite some of the news today in terms of the banking sector, that's particular to commercial real estate, and that is something I think we have to keep an eye on. But you look at the corporate side, you look at the consumer side, it's very strong. And the credit markets here, I think, are strong. There's not a huge price appreciation opportunity, but I think the yield opportunity that you can capture there without the risk of the downside of recession is still the story here.
That's it. Bring in Gene Tenuzo of Columbia Threadneedle and Bank of America's Matt Bezok. Listen, guys, you have a time where people are pouring into credit. Clearly, issuance has been very hot, but you are seeing spreads globally starting to widen just a bit. What was fascinating to me is just how much they widened this week, off the back also of some strains really starting to be seen in the financial sector. Gene, where's the risk hidden?
Yeah, I think it's a good point, but I think what the widening that you're referring to, Shanali, is really more a bit of a correction from what happened in the fourth quarter and the absolutely tremendous rally that we had. And in a bigger picture sense, there's a tug of war going on between yields, which are elevated, and spreads, which have been continuing to tighten. And in the end, yields are winning. We're seeing continued strong demand, particularly from liability matchers like pension funds and insurance companies for the long end of the curve. And I think in a strong economic environment like we saw with the data this morning, that's poised to continue.
How do you think about it, Matt, when you see kind of high yield markets and even leveraged finance markets trying so hard to break open? How much risk will you be willing to take on?
So we're not looking to take excessive risk at the moment, but at the same time, to be fair, we're very focused on the economy. Our tactical asset allocation decisions are primarily based on where do we think we are in the business cycle. And again, Chair Powell in FOMC delivered a very important pivot this week. Not the pivot people are talking about, the pivot towards rate cuts and slowing the balance sheet. That was all known. One of the important pivots that Chair Powell made this week was they said strong growth, a strong labor market, we welcome that. We think we can get disinflation without causing any pain in the economy. That's a very different message from 2023, where they're telling us, listen, we want to bring inflation down, and that might cause a pain. That's an important pivot. And so if we think back to some episodes of soft landings, I'm thinking mostly about the mid-1990s. Yes, our credit spreads are a little bit tighter than you expect right now. Are they pricing a lot of risk? No. To be fair, we are slightly underweight investment-grade credit, slightly underweight high yield at the moment, but that doesn't mean we see a widening opportunity anytime soon. In the mid-90s, when the Fed correctly pivoted, fine-tuned rates, they kept the economic expansion going, and credit spreads stayed tight for several years thereafter.
Matt, I get the point you're making here, and Gene was kind of making it here too. The question I have, even if you believe that yields are paying you, Gene, are spreads really telling a story of not getting compensated enough for the risk you're taking on?
You're asking the right question, and I think spreads are telling us something about the rear view mirror right now. So at a year ago, most economists were calling for a recession at some point in 2023. We did not have that. We had a soft landing for the last 12 months, and that's what spreads reflect. I think on a go-forward basis, we do need to be a bit more careful. It's not to say that there was anything wrong with the labor market in this morning's report. In fact, the current period data looked pretty good, but we're not being paid a lot. And if we look specifically at certain areas of the market, like long-duration industrial bonds, they're not just the tightest in the last 6 months, they're the tightest in the last 20 years. But there's tremendous dispersion, and I think dispersion is the key here to be able to navigate. You mentioned concerns in the banking sector. That's true perhaps on a micro level, but if you look at a bigger picture, what we see is larger banks, those systemically important banks, in a tremendous position from a credit perspective to navigate the new Basel III regulatory environment, and they're trading exceptionally cheap relative to those longer dated industrial bonds. Similarly, industry by industry, sector by sector, company by company, the dispersion is remaining pretty large. So I think that risk premium is not particularly attractive on the whole, but there are opportunities within it for sure.
How much idiosyncratic risk is there, Matt? Just today we have reported here at Bloomberg that there was a $1.7 billion leveraged loan deal pulled in the market. Yes, that's tied to a specific deal, but again, the leveraged finance markets are trying to break back open. Is there too much risk there still, you think?
Again, we don't see a lot of tremendous credit risk at the moment. Again, we agree with what Gene's saying. Shanali, we agree with the points you're making as well. Spreads and valuations are slightly tight for us at the moment. Again, we are slightly underweight, both investment grade and high yield, based on those valuations. But at the same time, you're talking about the record issuance. That record issuance is on the back of record demand. There's tremendous demand for fixed income right now. So again, although we were cautious on the economy, we're getting a little bit more bullish on the macro environment. And so while we would welcome some widening to take advantage of that, I'm not sure we're going to see that anytime soon. Now the trouble becomes, again, we are slightly underweight. You get about approximately 1% extra on investment-grade corporate bonds now than you versus treasuries, right? Over time, a diversified portfolio, on average, per Moody's Investors Research, you only get about 5 basis points of credit losses. So as we all know, the majority of the premium you get diversified core bond portfolio is not for credit risk. It's for that liquidity risk. So while we're slight underweight, the longer you hold that slight underweight, the less yield and liquidity premium in a portfolio will reduce over time. So we're very carefully and prudently and slightly underweight there.
Gene Snoozo and Matthew Zoff, thank you so much for your time. Wall Street hoping for another record month of issuance. We'll keep an eye on it. Still ahead, the final spread. The week ahead, investors are bracing for a host of Fed speak all around. Stick with us. This is Real Yield on Bloomberg. I'm Shanali Bassick, and this is Bloomberg Real Yield. And it's time now for the final spread. The week ahead, coming up on Monday, we have the Fed's Bank Lending Survey, now a closely watched event, plus the latest U.S. Services PMI and ISM Services Index. And Tuesday, earnings continue to roll out, and Thursday, all eyes will be on Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen testifying in the Senate. And finally, Friday, we get the U.S. CPI revisions. And for my final thought, let's look at all of the Fed speak coming up next week. A lot of people setting out to read the tea leaves. Atlanta Fed President Raphael Bostic kicks it all off on Monday, followed by Loretta Mester and Neil Kashkari and Harker and Collins on Tuesday, Kluger, Birkin, and Bowman later in the week. Just a very busy week ahead, and a lot of divergence on what we might see in terms of expectations for rate cuts, for quantitative tightening, and the impacts on the market all around, especially that banking system, where we're starting to see some fragilities once again. And remember, this all comes after we've seen a round trip in two-year yield, 20 basis points higher on the day. A lot of economic data ahead from New York. That does it from us. Same time, same place next week. This is Bloomberg Real Yield, and this is Bloomberg.
In 2013, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, known as NCMEC, received approximately 1,380 cyber tips per day. By 2023, just 10 years later, the number of cyber tips has risen to 100,000 reports a day. That's 100,000 daily reports of child sexual abuse material, also known as CSAM. In recent years, we've also seen an explosion in the so-called financial sextortion, in which a predator uses a fake social media account to trick a minor into sending explicit photos or videos, then threatens to release them unless the victim sends money. In 2021, NCMEC received a total of 139 reports of sextortion. 2021. In 2023, through the end of October alone, this number has skyrocketed to more than 22,000. More than a dozen children have died by suicide after becoming victims of this crime. This disturbing growth in child sexual exploitation is driven by one thing: changes in technology. In 1996, the world's best-selling cell phone was the Motorola StarTAC. While groundbreaking at the time, the clamshell-style cell phone wasn't much different from a traditional phone. It allowed users to make and receive calls and even receive text messages. But that was about it. Fast forward to today. Smartphones are in the pockets of seemingly every man, woman, and teenager on the planet. Like the StarTAC today, today's smartphones allow users to make and receive calls and text. They can also take photos and videos, support live streaming, and offer countless apps. With the touch of your finger, that smartphone that can entertain and inform you can become a back alley where the lives of your children are damaged and destroyed. These apps have changed the ways we live, work, and play. But as investigations have detailed, social media and messaging apps have also given predators powerful new tools to sexually exploit children. Your carefully crafted algorithms can be more a powerful force on the lives of our children than even the most best-intentioned parent. Discord has been used to groom, abduct, and abuse children. Meta's Instagram helped connect and promote a network of pedophiles. Snapchat's disappearing messages have been co-opted by criminals who financially extort young victims. TikTok has become a, quote, platform of choice for predators to access, engage, and groom children for abuse. and the prevalence of CSAM on X has grown as the company has gutted its trust and safety workforce. Today, we'll hear from the CEOs of those companies. They are not only the tech companies that have contributed to this crisis, they are responsible for many of the dangers our children face online. Their design choices, their failures to adequately invest in trust and safety, their constant pursuit of engagement and profit over basic safety have all put our kids and grandkids at risk. Coincidentally, several of these companies implemented common sense child safety improvements within the last week, days before their CEOs would have to justify their lack of action before this committee. But the tech industry alone is not to blame for the situation we're in. Those of us in Congress need to look in the mirror. In 1996, the same year the Motorola StarTAC was flying off shelves, and years before social media went mainstream, we passed Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act. This law immunized the then fledgling internet platforms from liability for user-generated content. Interesting, only one other industry in America has immunity from civil liability. We'll leave that for another day. For the past 30 years, Section 230 has remained largely unchanged, allowing big tech to grow into the most profitable industry in the history of capitalism without fear of liability for unsafe practices. That has to change. Over the past year, this committee has unanimously reported 5 bills that would finally hold tech companies accountable for child sexual exploitation on their platforms. Unanimous. Take a look at the composition and membership of the Senate Judiciary Committee and imagine, if you will, there's anything we can agree on unanimously. These 5 bills were object of agreement. One of these bills is my Stop CSAM Act. Critically, it would let victims sue online providers that promote or aid and abet online child sexual exploitation or that host or store CSAM. This stand against online child sexual exploitation is bipartisan and absolutely necessary. Let this hearing be a call to action. We need to get kids' online safety legislation to the President's desk. I now turn to the ranking member, Senator Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Republicans will answer the call. All of us, every one of us, is ready to work with you and our Democratic colleagues on this committee to prove to the American people while Washington is certainly broken, there is a ray of hope, and it is here. It lies with your children. After years of working on this issue with you and others, I've come to conclude the following. Social media companies, as they are currently designed and operate, are dangerous products. They're destroying lives, threatening democracy itself. These companies must be reined in, or the worst is yet to come. Gavin Guthrie is a representative, Republican representative from South Carolina in the Rock Hill area. To all the victims who came and showed us photos of your loved ones, don't quit. It's working. You're making a difference. Through you, we'll get to where we need to go so other people won't have to show a photo of their family. The damage to your family has been done. Hopefully we can take your pain and turn it into something positive so nobody else has to hold up the sign. Gavin's son got online, Instagram, and was tricked by a group in Nigeria that put up a young lady posing to be his girlfriend, and as things go at that stage in life, he gave her some photos, compromising sexual photos, and it turned out that she was part of an extortion group in Nigeria. They threatened the young man that if you don't give us money, we're going to expose these photos. He gave them money, but it wasn't enough. They kept threatening, and he killed himself. They threatened Mr. Duffy and his son. These are bastards by any known definition. Mr. Zuckerberg, you and the companies before us, I know you don't mean it to be so, but you have blood on your hands. You have a product. You have a product that's killing people. When we had cigarettes killing people, we did something about it, maybe not enough. You're going to talk about guns, we have the ATF. Nothing here. There's not a damn thing anybody can do about it. You can't be sued. Now, Senator Blumenthal and Blackburn, who've been like the dynamic duo here, have found emails from your company where they warned you about this stuff, and you decided not to hire 45 people that could do a better job of policing this. So the bottom line is you can't be sued. You should be. And these emails would be great for punitive damages. But the courtroom's closed to every American abused by all the companies in front of it. Of all the people in America we could give blanket liability protection to, this would be the last group I would pick. It is now time to repeal Section 230. This committee is made up of ideologically most different people you could find. We've come together through your leadership, Mr. Chairman, to pass 5 bills to deal with the problem of exploitation of children. I'll talk about them in depth in a little bit. The bottom line is all these bills have met the same fate. They go nowhere. They leave the committee and they die. Now, there's another approach. What do you do with dangerous products? You either allow lawsuits, you have statutory protections to protect consumers, or you have a commission of sorts to regulate the industry in question, to take your license away if you have a license, to fine you. None of that exists here. We live in America in 2024 where there is no regulatory body dealing with the most profitable, biggest companies in the history of the world. They can't be sued, and there's not one law on the book that's meaningful protecting the American consumer. Other than that, we're in a good spot. So here's what I think is going to happen. I think after this hearing today, we're going to put a lot of pressure on our colleagues, leadership of the Republican and Democratic Senate, to let these bills get to the floor and vote. And I'm going to go down, starting in a couple of weeks, make unanimous requests, unanimous consent requests to do CSAM, do the Earn It Act, do your bill, do all of the bills, and you can be famous, come and object. I'm going to give you a chance to be famous. Now, Elizabeth Warren and Lindsey Graham have almost nothing in common. I promised her I would say that publicly. The only thing worse than me doing a bill with Elizabeth Warren is her doing a bill with me. We have sort of parked that because Elizabeth and I see an abuse here that needs to be dealt with. Senator Durbin and I have different political philosophies, but I appreciate what you've done on this committee. You've been a great partner. To all of my Democratic colleagues, thank you very, very much. To my Republican colleagues, thank you all very, very much. Save the applause for when we get a result. It's all talk right now. There'll come a day, if we keep pressing, to get the right answer for the American people. What is that answer? Accountability. Now, these products have an upside. You've enriched our lives in many ways. Mr. Zuckerberg, you've created a product I use. The idea, I think, when you first came up is be able to talk to your friends and your family and pass on your life. Be able to have a place where you could talk to your friends and family about good things going on in life. And I use it. We all use it. There's an upside to everything here. But the dark side has to be dealt with. It's now time to deal with the dark side because people have taken your idea and they've turned it into a nightmare for the American people. They turned it into a nightmare for the world at large. TikTok. We had a great discussion about how maybe Larry Ellison to Oracle can protect American data from Chinese communist influence. But TikTok, your representative in Israel quit the company because TikTok is being used in a way to basically destroy the Jewish state. This is not just about individuals. I worry that in 2024 our democracy would be attacked again through these platforms by foreign actors. We're exposed, and AI is just starting. So to my colleagues, we're here for a reason. This committee has a history of being tough, but also doing things that need to be done. This committee has risen to the occasion. There's more that we can do. But to the members of this committee, let's insist that our colleagues rise to the occasion also. Let's make sure that in 118th Congress, we have votes that would fix this problem. All you can do is cast your vote at the end of the day, but you can urge the system to require others to cast their vote. Mr. Chairman, I will continue to work with you and everybody on this committee to have a day of reckoning on the floor of the United States Senate.
Thank you, Senator Graham. Today we welcome 5 witnesses whom I will introduce. Jason Citron, CEO of Discord Incorporated. Mark Zuckerberg, founder and CEO of Meta. Evan Spiegel, co-founder and CEO of Snap Incorporated. Shou Chu, CEO of TikTok. And Linda Yaccarino, the CEO of X Corporation, formerly known as Twitter. I will note for the record that Mr. Zuckerberg and Mr. Chu are appearing voluntarily. I am disappointed that our other witnesses did not offer that same degree of cooperation. Mr. Citron, Mr. Spiegel, and Ms. Yaccarino are here pursuant to subpoenas. Mr. Citron only accepted service at this event after U.S. Marshals were sent to Discord's headquarters at taxpayer expense. I hope this is not a sign of your commitment or lack of commitment to addressing the serious issue before us. After I swear in the witnesses, each witness will have 5 minutes to make an opening statement. Senators will ask questions in an opening round, each of 7 minutes. I expect to take a short break at some point during questioning to allow the witnesses to stretch their legs. If anyone is in need of a break at any point, please let my staff know. Before I turn to the witnesses, I'd also like to take a moment to acknowledge that this hearing has gathered a lot of attention, as we expected. We have a large audience, the largest I've seen in this room today. I want to make clear, as with other Judiciary Committee hearings, we ask people to behave appropriately. I know there is high emotion in this room for justifiable reasons, but I ask you to please follow the traditions of the committee. That means no standing, shouting, chanting, or applauding witnesses. Disruptions will not be tolerated. Anyone who does disrupt the hearing will be asked to leave. The witnesses are here today to address a serious topic. We want to hear what they have to say. I thank you for your cooperation. Could all of the witnesses please stand to be sworn in? You affirm the testimony you're about to give before the committee the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God. Let the record reflect that all witnesses answered in the affirmative. Mr. Citron, please proceed with your opening statement.
Good morning. My name is Jason Citron, and I am the co-founder and CEO of Discord. We are an American company with about 800 employees living and working in 33 states. Today, Discord has grown to more than 150 million monthly active users. Discord is a communications platform where friends hang out and talk online about shared interests, from fantasy sports to writing music to video games. I've been playing video games since I was 5 years old, and as a kid, it's how I had fun and found friendship. Many of my fondest memories are of playing video games with friends. We built Discord so that anyone could build friendships playing video games, from Minecraft to Wordle and everything in between. Games have always brought us together, and Discord makes that happen today. Discord is one of the many services that have revolutionized how we communicate with each other in the different moments of our lives. iMessage, Zoom, Gmail, and on and on. They enrich our lives, create communities, accelerate commerce, healthcare, and education. Just like with all technology and tools, there are people who exploit and abuse our platforms for immoral and illegal purposes. All of us here on the panel today and throughout the tech industry have a solemn and urgent responsibility to ensure that everyone who uses our platforms is protected from these criminals, both online and off. Discord has a special responsibility to do that because a lot of our users are young people. More than 60% of our active users are between the ages of 13 and 24. It's why safety is built into everything we do. It's essential to our mission and our business. And most of all, this is deeply personal. I'm a dad with 2 kids. I want Discord to be a product that they use and love, and I want them to be safe on Discord. I want them to be proud of me for helping to bring this product to the world. That's why I am pleased to be here today to discuss the important topic of the online safety of minors. My written testimony provides a comprehensive overview of our safety programs. Here are a few examples of how we protect and empower young people. First, we put our money into safety. The tech sector has a reputation of larger companies buying smaller ones to increase user numbers and boost financial results. But the largest acquisition we've ever made at Discord was a company called Centropy. It didn't help us expand our market share or improve our bottom line. In fact, because it uses AI to help us identify, ban, and report criminals and bad behavior, it has actually lowered our user count by getting rid of bad actors. Second, you've heard of end-to-end encryption that blocks anyone, including the platform itself, from seeing users' communications. It's a feature on dozens of platforms, but not on Discord. That's a choice we've made. We don't believe we can fulfill our safety obligations if the text messages of teens are fully encrypted, because encryption would block our ability to investigate a serious situation and, when appropriate, report to law enforcement. Third, we have a zero-tolerance policy on child sexual abuse material, or CSAM. We scan images uploaded to Discord to detect and block the sharing of this foreign material. We've also built an innovative tool, Teen Safety Assist, that blocks explicit images and helps young people easily report unwelcome conversations. We've also developed a new semantic hashing technology for detecting novel forms of CSAM called CLIP, and we're sharing this technology with other platforms, the Detect Coalition. Finally, we recognize that improving online safety requires all of us to work together. So we partner with nonprofits, law enforcement, and our tech colleagues to stay ahead of the curve in protecting young people online. We want to be the platform that empowers our users to have better online experiences, to build true connections, genuine friendships, and to have fun. Senators, I sincerely hope today is the beginning of an ongoing dialogue that results in real improvements in online safety. I look forward to your questions and to helping the committee learn more about this.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Mr. Zuckerman.
Chairman Durbin, Ranking Member Graham, and members of the committee. Every day, teens and young people do amazing things on our services. They use our apps to create new things, express themselves, explore the world around them, and feel more connected to the people they care about. Overall, teens tell us that this is a positive part of their lives. But some face challenges online. We work hard to provide parents and teens support and controls to reduce potential harms. Being a parent is one of the hardest jobs in the world. Technology gives us new ways to communicate with our kids and feel connected to their lives, but it can also make parenting more complicated. And it's important to me that our services are positive for everyone who uses them. We are on the side of parents everywhere working hard to raise their kids. Over the last 8 years, we've built more than 30 different tools, resources, and features that parents can set time limits for their teens using our apps, see who they're following, or if they report someone for bullying. For teens, we've added nudges to remind them when they've been using Instagram for a while or if it's getting late and they should go to sleep, as well as ways to hide words or people without those people finding out. We put special restrictions on teen accounts on Instagram. By default, accounts for under 16s are set to private, have the most restrictive content settings, and can't be messaged by adults that they don't follow or people they aren't connected to. With so much of our lives spent on mobile devices and social media, it's important to look into the effects on teen mental health and well-being. I take this very seriously. Mental health is a complex issue, and the existing body of scientific work has not shown a causal link between using social media and young people having worse mental health outcomes. A recent National Academies of Science report evaluated over 300 studies and found that research, quote, did not support the conclusion that social media causes changes in adolescent mental health at the population level, end quote. It also suggested
that social media can provide significant positive benefits when young people use it to express themselves, explore and connect with others. Still, we're going to continue to monitor the research and use it to inform our roadmap. Keeping young people safe online has been a challenge since the internet began, and as criminals evolve their tactics, we have to evolve our defenses too. We work closely with law enforcement to find bad actors and help bring them to justice, but the difficult reality is that no matter how much we invest or how effective our tools are, there's always more to learn and more improvements to make. We remain ready to work with members of this committee, industry, and parents to make the internet safer for everyone. I'm proud of the work that our teams do to improve online child safety on our services and across the entire internet. We have around 40,000 people overall working on safety and security, and we've invested more than $20 billion in this since 2016, including around $5 billion in the last year alone. We have many teams dedicated to child safety and teen well-being, and we lead the industry in a lot of the areas that we're discussing today. We build technology to tackle the worst online risks and share it to help our whole industry get better, like Project Lantern, which helps companies share data about people who break child safety rules, and we're founding members of Take It Down, a platform which helps young people prevent their nude images from being spread online. We also go beyond legal requirements and use sophisticated technology to proactively discover abusive material. And as a result, we find and report more inappropriate content than anyone else in the industry. As the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children put it this week, Meta goes, quote, above and beyond to make sure that there are no portions of their network where this type of activity occurs, end quote. I hope we can have a substantive discussion today that drives improvements across the industry, including legislation that delivers what parents say they want: a clear system for age verification and control over what apps their kids are using. 3 out of 4 parents want App Store age verification, and 4 out of 5 want parental approval of whenever teens download apps. We support this. Parents should have the final say on what apps are appropriate for their children and shouldn't have to upload their ID every time. That's what App Stores are for. We also support setting industry standards on age-appropriate content and limiting signals for advertising to teens to age and location and not behavior. At the end of the day, we want everyone who uses our services to have safe and positive experiences. Before I wrap up, I want to recognize the families who are here today who have lost a loved one or lived through some terrible things that no family should have to endure. These issues are important for every parent and every platform. I'm committed to continuing to work in these areas, and I hope we can make progress today.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for convening this hearing and for moving forward important legislation to protect children online. I'm Evan Spiegel, the co-founder and CEO of Snap. We created Snapchat, an online service that is used by more than 800 million people worldwide to communicate with their friends and family. I know that many of you have been working to protect children online since before Snapchat was created, and we are grateful for your long-term dedication to this cause and your willingness to work together to help keep our community safe. I want to acknowledge the survivors of online harms and the families who are here today who have suffered the loss of a loved one. Words cannot begin to express the profound sorrow I feel that a service we designed to bring people happiness and joy has been abused to cause harm. I want to be clear that we understand our responsibility to keep our community safe. I also want to recognize the many families who have worked to raise awareness on these issues, pushed for change, and collaborated with lawmakers on important legislation like the Cooper-Davis Act, which can help save lives. I started building Snapchat with my co-founder Bobby Murphy when I was 20 years old. We designed Snapchat to solve some of the problems that we experienced online when we were teenagers. We didn't have an alternative to social media. That meant pictures shared online were permanent, public, and subject to popularity metrics. It didn't feel very good. We built Snapchat differently because we wanted a new way to communicate with our friends that was fast, fun, and private. A picture is worth 1,000 words, so people communicate with images and videos on Snapchat. We don't have public likes or comments when you share your story with friends. Snapchat is private by default, meaning that people need to opt in to add friends and choose who can contact them. When we built Snapchat, we chose to have the images and videos sent through our service delete by default. Unlike prior generations who've enjoyed the privacy afforded by phone calls, which aren't recorded, our generation has benefited from the ability to share moments through Snapchat that may not be picture perfect, but instead convey emotion without permanence. Even though Snapchat messages are deleted by default, we let everyone know that images and videos can be saved by the recipient. When we take action on illegal or potentially harmful content, we also retain the evidence for an extended period, which allows us to support law enforcement and hold criminals accountable. To help prevent the spread of harmful content on Snapchat, we approve the content that is recommended on our service using a combination of automated processes and human review. We apply our content rules consistently and fairly across all accounts. We run samples of our enforcement actions through quality assurance to verify that we're getting it right. We also proactively scan for known child sexual abuse material, drug-related content, and other types of harmful content, remove that content, deactivate and device block offending accounts, preserve the evidence for law enforcement, and report certain content to the relevant authorities for further action. Last year, we made 690,000 reports to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, leading to more than 1,000 arrests. We also removed 2.2 million pieces of drug-related content and blocked 705,000 associated accounts. Even with our strict privacy settings, content moderation efforts, proactive detection, and law enforcement collaboration, bad things can still happen when people use online services. That's why we believe that people under the age of 13 are not ready to communicate on Snapchat. We strongly encourage parents to use the device-level parental controls on iPhone and Android. We use them in our own household, and my wife approves every app that our 13-year-old downloads. For parents who want more visibility and control, we built Family Center in Snapchat, where you can view who your teen is talking to, review privacy settings, and set content limits. We have worked for years with members of the Committee on legislation like the Kids Online Safety Act and the Cooper-Davis Act, which we are proud to support. I want to encourage broader industry support for legislation protecting children online. No legislation is perfect, but some rules of the road are better than none. Much of the work that we do to protect people that use our service would not be possible without the support of our partners across the industry, government, nonprofit organizations, NGOs, and in particular law enforcement and the first responders who have committed their lives to helping keep people safe. I am profoundly grateful for the extraordinary efforts across our country and around the world to prevent criminals from using online services to perpetrate their crimes. I feel an overwhelming sense of gratitude for the opportunities that this country has afforded me and my family. I feel a deep obligation to give back and to make a positive difference, and I am grateful to be here today as part of this vitally important democratic process. Members of the committee, I give you my commitment that we will be part of the solution for online safety. We will be honest about our shortcomings, and we will work continuously to improve. Thank you, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Spiegel. Mr. Chu.
Chair Durbin, Ranking Member Graham, and members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to appear before you today. My name is Shou Chu, and I am the CEO of TikTok, an online community of more than 1 billion people worldwide, including well over 170 million Americans, who use our app every month to create, to share, and to discover. Now, although the average age on TikTok in the US is over 30, we recognize that special safeguards are required to protect minors, and especially when it comes to combating all forms of CSAM. As a father of 3 young children myself, I know that the issues that we're discussing today are horrific and a nightmare of every parent. I am proud of our efforts to address the threats to young people online, from a commitment to protecting them to our industry-leading policies, use of innovative technology, and significant ongoing investments in trust and safety to achieve this goal. TikTok is vigilant about enforcing its 13 and up age policy and offers an experience for teens that is much more restrictive than you and I would have as adults. We make careful product design choices to help make our app inhospitable to those seeking to harm teens. Let me give you a few examples of long-standing policies that are unique to TikTok. We didn't do them last week. First, direct messaging is not available to any users under the age of 16. Second, accounts for people under 16 are automatically set to private along with their content. Furthermore, the content cannot be downloaded and will not be recommended to people they do not know. Third, Every teen under 18 has a screen time limit automatically set to 60 minutes. And fourth, only people 18 and above are allowed to use our live stream feature. I'm proud to say that TikTok was among the first to empower parents to supervise their teens on our app with our family pairing tools. This includes setting screen time limits, filtering out content from the teens' feeds, amongst others. We made these choices after consulting with doctors and safety experts who understand the unique stages of teenage development to ensure that we have the appropriate safeguards to prevent harm and minimize risk. Now, safety is one of the core priorities that defines TikTok under my leadership. We currently have more than 40,000 trust and safety professionals working to protect our community globally. And we expect to invest more than $2 billion in trust and safety efforts in this year alone, with a significant part of that in our U.S. operations. Our robust community guidelines strictly prohibit content or behavior that puts teenagers at risk of exploitation or other harm, and we vigorously enforce them. Our technology moderates all content uploaded to our app to help quickly identify potential CSAM and other material that breaks our rules. It automatically removes the content or elevates it to our safety professionals for further review. We also moderate direct messages for CSAM and related material, and use third-party tools like PhotoDNA and Take It Down to combat CSAM to prevent content from being uploaded to our platform. We continually meet with parents, teachers, and teens. In fact, I sat down with a group just a few days ago. We use their insight to strengthen the protections on our platform, and we also work with leading groups like the Technology Coalition. The steps that we're taking to protect teens are a critical part of our larger trust and safety work as we continue our voluntary and unprecedented efforts to build a safe and secure data environment for U.S. users, ensuring that our platform remains free from outside manipulation and implementing safeguards on our content recommendation and moderation tools. Keeping teens safe online requires a collaborative effort as well as collective action. We share the community's concern and commitment to protect young people online. We welcome the opportunity to work with you on legislation to achieve this goal. Our commitment is ongoing and unwavering because there is no finish line when it comes to protecting teens. Thank you for your time and consideration today. I'm happy to answer your questions.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Dr. Reno.
Chairman Durbin, Ranking Member Graham, and esteemed members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss excellent work in protecting.
Secretary, could you check if your microphone is on?
I talk. How is that?
Better. Thank you very much.
Adjustment, Chair. Apologies. Chairman Durbin, Ranking Member Graham, and esteemed members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss X's work to protect the safety of minors online. Today's hearing is titled A Crisis, which calls for immediate action. As a mother, this is personal, and I share the sense of urgency. X is an entirely new company, an indispensable platform for the world and for democracy. You have my personal commitment that X will be active and a part of this solution. While I joined X only in June of 2023, I bring a history of working together with governments, advocates, and NGOs to harness the power of media to protect people. Before I joined, I was struck by the leadership steps this new company was taking to protect children. X is not the platform of choice for children and teens. We do not have a line of business dedicated to children. Children under the age of 13 are not allowed to open an account. Less than 1% of the U.S. users on X are between the ages of 13 and 17. And those users are automatically set to a private default setting and cannot accept a message from anyone they do not approve. In the last 14 months, X has made material changes to protect minors. Our policy is clear. X has zero tolerance towards any material that features or promotes child sexual exploitation. My written testimony details X's extensive policies on content or actions that are prohibited and include grooming, blackmail, and identifying alleged victims of CSE. We've also strengthened our enforcement with more tools and technology to prevent those bad actors from distributing, searching for, and engaging with CSE content. If CSE content is posted on X, we remove it. And now, we also remove any account that engages with CSE content, whether it is real or computer generated. Last year, X suspended 12.4 million accounts for violating our CSE policies. This is up from 2.3 million accounts that were removed by Twitter in 2022. In 2023, 850,000 reports were sent to NetBank, including our first ever auto-generated report. This is 8 times more than was reported by Twitter in 2022. We've changed our priorities. We've restructured our trust and safety teams to remain strong and agile. We are building a trust and safety center of excellence in Austin, Texas, to bring more agents in-house to accelerate our impact. We're applying to the Technology Coalition's Project Lantern to make further industry-wide progress and impact. We've also opened up our algorithms for increased transparency. We want America to lead in this solution. X commends the Senate for passing the REPORT Act, and we support the SHIELD Act. It is time for a federal standard to criminalize the sharing of non-consensual intimate material. We need to raise the standards across the entire internet ecosystem, especially for those tech companies that are not using it and not stepping up. X supports the Stop CSAM Act. The Kids Online Safety Act should continue to progress, and we will support the continuation to engage with it and ensure the protections of the freedom of speech. There are 2 additional areas that require everyone's attention. First, as the daughter of a police officer, law enforcement must have the critical resources to bring these bad offenders to justice. Second, with artificial intelligence, offenders' tactics will continue to sophisticate and evolve. Industry collaboration is imperative here. X believes that the freedom of speech and platform safety can and must coexist. We agree that now is the time to act with urgency. Thank you. I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jeffrey. Now we'll go with rounds of questions, 7 minutes each for the members as well. I would like to make note of your testimony, Ms. Jeffrey. I believe you are the first social media company to publicly endorse the CSAM.
It is our honor, Chairman.
That is progress, my friends. Thank you for doing that. I'm still going to be asking some probing questions, but let me get down to the bottom line here. I'm going to focus on the legislation in CC. What it says is civil liability if you intentionally or knowingly post or store child sexual abuse materials or make child sex abuse materials available. Second, intentionally or knowingly promote or aid and abet the violation of child sexual exploitation laws. Is there anyone here who believes you should not be held civilly liable for that type of conduct? Mr. Citron?
Good morning, Chair. We very much believe that this content is disgusting and that there are many things about the Stop CSIM bill that I think are very encouraging, and we very much support adding more resources for the cyber zip line and modernizing that along with giving more resources to NECMEC. I'd be very open to having conversations with you and your team to talk through the details of the bill some more.
I sure would like to do that, because if you intentionally or knowingly post or store CC, I think you ought to at least be civilly liable. I can't imagine anyone who would disagree with that.
Yeah, it's disgusting content.
It certainly is. That's why we need you supporting this legislation. Mr. Spiegel, I want to tell you, I listened closely to your testimony here, and it's never been a secret that Snapchat is used to send sexually explicit images. In 2013, early in your company's history, you admitted this in an interview. Do you remember that interview?
No, I don't recall this.
You said that when you were first trying to get people on the app, you would, quote, go up to the people and be like, hey, you should try this application. You can send disappearing photos. And they would say, oh, for sexting? Do you remember that interview?
So when we first created the application, it was actually called Peekaboo, and the idea was around disappearing images. The feedback we received from people using the app is that they were actually using it to communicate. So we changed the name of the application to Snapchat, and we found that people were using it to talk visually.
As early as 2017, law enforcement identified Snapchat as the pedophile's go-to sexual exploitation tool. The case of a 12-year-old girl, identified in court only as LW, shows the danger. Over 2.5 years, a predator sexually groomed her, sending her sexually explicit images and videos over Snapchat. The man admitted that he only used Snapchat with LW and not any other platforms because he, quote, knew the chats would go away. Did you or everyone else at Snap really fail to see that the platform was the perfect tool for sexual predators?
That behavior is disgusting and reprehensible. We provide in-app reporting tools so that people who are being harassed, who are, have been shared inappropriate sexual content, can report it. In the case of harassment or sexual content, we typically respond to those reports within 15 minutes so that we can provide help.
When LW, the victim, sued Snapchat, her case was dismissed under Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act. Do you have any doubt that had Snap faced the prospect of civil liability for facilitating sexual exploitation, the company would have implemented even better safeguards?
Senator, we already work extensively to proactively detect this type of behavior. We make it very difficult for predators to find teens on Snapchat. There are no public friends lists, no public profile photos. When we recommend friends for teens, we make sure that they have several mutual friends in common before making that recommendation. We believe those safeguards are important to preventing predators from misusing our platform.
Mr. Citron, according to Discord's website, it takes a, quote, proactive and automated approach to safety only on servers with more than 200 members. Smaller servers rely on server owners and community moderators to define and enforce behavior. So how do you defend an approach to safety that relies on groups of fewer than 200 sexual predators to report themselves for things like grooming, trading a CSAM, or sextortion?
Chair, our goal is to get all of that content off of our platform and ideally prevent it from showing up in the first place or from people engaging in these kind of horrific activities. We deploy a wide array of techniques that work across every surface on on Discord. I mentioned we recently launched something called Teen Safety Assist, which works everywhere and it's on by default for teen users. That kind of acts like a buddy that lets them know if they are in a situation of talking with someone that may be inappropriate, so they can report that to us, block that user. So we...
Mr. Citron, if that were working, we wouldn't be here.
Senator, this is an ongoing challenge for all of us. That is why we're here today. But we do have 15% of our company is focused on trust and safety, of which this is one of our top issues. That's more people than we have working on marketing and promoting the company. So we take these issues very seriously, but we know it's an ongoing challenge. And I look forward to working with you and collaborating with our tech peers and nonprofits to improve our approach.
Mr. Chu, your organization business is one of the more popular ones among children. Can you explain to us what you are doing particularly and whether you have seen any evidence of CSAM in your business?
Yes, Senator. We have a strong commitment to invest in trust and safety, and as I said in my opening statement, I intend to invest more than $2 billion in trust and safety this year alone. We have 40,000 safety professionals working on this topic. We have built a specialized child safety team to help us identify specialized issues, horrific issues like material like the ones you have mentioned. If we identify any on our platform and we proactively do detection, we will remove it and we will report them to NCMEC and other authorities.
Why is it TikTok allowing children to be exploited and performing commercialized sex acts?
Senator, I respectfully disagree with that characterization. Our live streaming product is not for anyone below the age of 18. We have taken action to identify anyone who violates that, and we will remove them from using that service.
At this point, I would turn to Ranking Member Senator Green.
Thank you, Mr. Citron. You said we need to start a discussion. To be honest with you, we've been having this discussion for a very long time. We need to get a result, not a discussion. Do you agree with that?
Ranking Member, I agree this is an issue that we've also been very focused on since we started our company in 2015. But this is
Are you familiar with the Earn It Act, authored by myself and Senator Women's Office?
A little bit, yes.
Okay, do you support that? Like yes or no?
We're not prepared to support it today, but we believe
so
that
you support the CSAM Act.
The Stop CSAM Act, we are not prepared to support today.
Would you support the Shield Act?
We believe that the cyber tip line.
Do you support it, yes or no?
We believe that the cyber tip line and
I'll
NCMEC.
take that to be no. The Project Save Childhood Act, do you support it?
We believe that.
I'll take that to be no. The Report Act, do you support it?
Ranking Member Graham, we very much look forward to having conversations with you and your team.
Well, I look forward to passing a bill that will solve the problem. Do you support removing Section 230 liability protections for social media companies?
I believe that Section 230 needs to be updated. It's a very old law.
Do you support repealing it so people can sue if they prove they're harmed?
I think that Section 230 as written, while it has many downsides, has enabled innovation on the internet, which I think is largely.
Thank you very much. So here you are. If you're waiting on these guys to solve the problem, we're going to die waiting. Mr. Zuckerberg, trying to be respectful here. The representative from South Carolina, Mr. Guffey's son, got caught up in a sex extortion ring in Nigeria using Instagram. He was shaken down, paid money, that wasn't enough, and he killed himself using Instagram. What would you like to say to him?
It's terrible. No one should have to go through something like that.
Do you think he should be allowed to sue?
I think that they can sue us.
Well, I think he should, and he can't. So, bottom line here, folks, is that this committee is done with talking. We passed 5 bills unanimously that in their different ways. And look at who did this. Graham Blumenthal, Durbin College, Klobuchar Cornyn Klobuchar, Blackburn and Ossoff. I mean, we've found common ground here that just is astonishing. And we've had hearing after hearing, Mr. Chairman, and the bottom line is, I've come to conclude, gentlemen, that you're not going to support any of this. Linda, how do you say your last name?
Yacarino.
Do you support the Earn It Act?
We strongly support the collaboration to raise industry practices
Do you support the Earn
prevent
It Act? Do you support the Earn It? In English, do you support the Earn It Act? Yes or no? We don't need double speak.
We look forward to supporting and continue our conversations. As you can see,
But you have taken, the reason the Earn It Act's important, you can actually lose your liability protections when children are exploited and you didn't use best business practices. See, the Earn It Act means you have to earn liability protection. You're given it no matter what you do. So to the members of this committee, it is now time to make sure that the people who are holding up the signs can sue on behalf of their loved ones. Nothing will change until the courtroom door is open to victims of social media. $2 billion, Mr. Chu. What percentage is that of what you made last year?
Senator, it's a significant and increasing investment. As a private company, we're not
you
sharing
pay
our
taxes.
financials.
I mean, 2% is what percent of your revenue?
Senator, we're not ready to share our financials in public.
Well, I just think $2 billion sounds a lot unless you make $100 billion. So the point is, when you tell us you're going to spend $2 billion, great, but how much do you make? It's all about eyeballs. Well, our goal is to get eyeballs on you. And it's just not about children. I mean, the damage being done. Do you realize, Mr. Chu, that your TikTok representative in Israel resigned yesterday?
Yes, I'm aware.
Okay, and he said, I resigned from TikTok. We're living in a time in which our existence as Jews in Israel, and Israel is under attack and in danger. Multiple screenshots taken from TikTok's internal employee chat platform known as LARC show how TikTok's trust and safety officers celebrate the barbaric acts of Hamas and other Iranian-backed terror groups, including the Houthis in Yemen.
Senator, I need to make it very clear that pro-Hamas content and hate speech is not allowed on our platform within our
Why did you resign? Why did you quit?
Senator, we also do not allow any.
Do you know why you quit? Do you know why you quit?
We do not allow this. We will investigate.
My question is, he quit. I'm sure he had a good job. He gave up a good job because he thinks your platform is being used to help people who want to destroy the Jewish state. And I'm not saying you want that, Mr. Zuckerberg. I'm not saying you want, as an individual, any of the harms. I am saying that the products you have created with all the upside have a dark side. Mr. Citron, I am tired of talking. I'm tired of having discussions. We all know the answer here. And here's the ultimate answer. Stand behind your product. Go to the American courtroom and defend your practices. Open up the courthouse door. Until you do that, nothing will change. Until these people can be sued for the damage they're doing, it is all talk. I'm a Republican who believes in free enterprise. But I also believe that every American who's been wronged has to have somebody to go to complain. There's no commission to go to that can punish you. There's not one law in the book because you oppose everything we do. And you can't be sued. That has to stop, folks. How do you expect the people in the audience to believe that we're going to help their families if we don't have some system or a combination of systems to hold these people accountable? Because for all the upside, the dark side is too great to live with. We do not need to live this way as Americans.
Thank you, Senator Graham. Senator Klobuchar is next. She's been quite a leader on the subject for quite a long time. The SHIELD Act with Senator Cornyn on important legislation. Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you very much, Chairman Durbin, and thank you, Ranking Member Graham, for those words. I couldn't agree more. For too long, we have been seeing the social media companies turn a blind eye when kids have joined these platforms in record numbers. They have used algorithms that push harmful content because that content got popular. They've provided a venue, maybe not knowingly at first, but for dealers to sell deadly drugs like fentanyl. Our own head of our Drug Enforcement Administration has said they basically been captured by the cartels in Mexico and in China. So I strongly support, first of all, the Stop CSAM bill. I agree with Senator Graham that nothing is going to change unless we open up the courtroom doors. I think the time for all of this immunity is done because I think money talks even stronger than we talk up here. 2 of the 5 bills, as noted, are my bills with Senator Cornyn. One has actually passed through the Senate, but is waiting action in the House. But the other one is the SHIELD Act, and I do appreciate the support of that bill. This is about revenge porn. The FBI director testified before this committee. There's been over 20 suicides of kids attributed to online revenge porn in just the last year. But for those parents out there and those families, this is for them about their own child, but it's also about making sure this doesn't happen to other children. I know because I've talked to these parents. Parents like Bridget Noring from Hastings, Minnesota, who is out there today. Bridget lost her teenage son after he took a fentanyl-laced pill that he purchased on the internet. Amy Neville is also here. Platform got the pill. Amy Neville is also here. Her son Alexander was only 14 when he died after taking a pill he didn't know was actually fentanyl. We're starting a law enforcement campaign, One Pill Kills in Minnesota, going to the schools with the sheriffs and law enforcement. But the way to stop it is, yes, at the border and at the points of entry, but we know that 30% some of the people that are getting the fentanyl are getting it off the platforms. Meanwhile, social media platforms generated $11 billion in revenue in 2022 from advertising directed at children and teenagers, including nearly $2 billion in ad profits derived from users aged 12 and under. When a Boeing plane lost a door in mid-flight several weeks ago, nobody questioned the decision to ground a fleet of over 700 planes. So why aren't we taking the same type of decisive action on the danger of these platforms when we know these kids are dying? We have bills that have passed through this incredibly diverse committee when it comes to our political views, that have passed through this committee, and they should go to the floor. We should do something finally about liability, and then we should turn to some of the other issues that a number of us have worked on when it comes to the charges for app stores and when it comes to some of the monopoly behavior and the self-preferencing. But I'm going to stick with this today. Facts. 1/3 of fentanyl cases investigated over 5 months had direct ties to social media. That's from the DEA. Facts. Between 2012 and 2022, cyber tip line reports of online child sexual exploitation increased from 415,000 to more than 32 million. And as I noted, at least 20 victims committed suicide in sextortion cases. So I'm going to start with that, with you, Mr. Citron. My bill with Senator Cornyn, the SHIELD Act, includes a threat provision that would help protection and accountability for those that are threatened by these predators. Young kids get a picture, send it in, think they got a new girlfriend or a new boyfriend, ruins their life, or they think it's going to be ruined, and they kill themselves. So could you tell me why you're not supporting the SHIELD Act?
Senator, we think it's very important that teens have a safe experience on our platforms. I think that the The portion to strengthen law enforcement's ability to investigate crimes against children and hold bad actors accountable is.
So are you holding open that you may support it?
We very much would like to have conversations with you. We're open to discussing further. We do welcome legislation and regulation. This is a very important issue for our country, and we've been prioritizing safety for
Thank
teens.
you. I'm much more interested in if you support it, because there's been so much talk at these hearings and popcorn throwing and the like, and I just want to get this stuff done. I'm so tired of this. It's been 28 years, since the internet. We haven't passed any of these bills, because everyone's double talk. It's time to actually pass them. And the reason they haven't passed is because of the power of your company. So let's be really clear about that. So what you say matters. Your words matter. Mr. Chu, I'm a co-sponsor of Chair Dermot's Stop CSAM Act of 2023, along with Senator Hawley, the lead Republican, I believe, which, among other things, empowers victims by making it easier for them to ask tech companies to remove immaterial and related imagery from their platforms. Why would you not support this bill?
Senator, we largely support it. I think the spirit of it is very aligned with what we want to do. There are questions about implementation that I think companies like us and some other groups have, and we look forward to asking those. And of course, if this legislation is law, we will comply.
Mr. Spiegel, I know we talked ahead of time. I do appreciate your company's support for the Cooper Davis Act, which will finally, it's a bill with Senator Shaheen and Marshall, which will allow law enforcement to do more when it comes to fentanyl. I think you know what a problem this is. Devin Noring, teenager from Hastings, I mentioned his mom here, suffered dental pain and migraines, so he bought what he thought was a Percocet over Snap, but instead he bought a counterfeit drug laced with a lethal dose of fentanyl. As his mom, who's here with us today, said, all of the hopes and dreams we as parents had for Devin were erased in the blink of an eye, and no mom should have to bury their kid. Talk about why you support the Cooper Davis Act.
Senator, thank you. We strongly support the Cooper Davis Act. We do believe it will help DEA go after the cartels and get more dealers off the streets and save more lives.
Okay. Are there others that support that bill? No. Okay. Mr. Zuckerberg, in 2021, the Wall Street Journal reported on internal Meta research documents asking, why do we care about tweens? These were internal documents. I'm quoting the documents. And answering its own question by citing Meta internal emails. They are a valuable but untapped audience. At a commerce hearing, I'm also on that committee, I asked Meta's head of global safety why children aged 10 to 12 are so valuable to Meta. She responded, we do not knowingly attempt to recruit people who aren't old enough to use our apps. Well, when the 42 state attorneys general, Democrat and Republican, brought their case, they said this statement was inaccurate. A few examples. In 2021, she received an email, Ms. Davis, from Instagram's research director saying that Instagram is investing in experiencing targeting young age roughly 10 to 12. In a February 2021 instant message, one of your employees wrote that Meta is working to recruit Gen Alpha before they reach teenage years. A 2018 email that circulated inside Meta says that you agree that children under 13 will be critical for increasing the rate of acquisition when users turn 13. Explain that with what I heard at that testimony at the Commerce hearing, that they weren't being targeted. And I just ask again, as the other witnesses were asked, why your company does not support the Stop CSAM Act or the SHIELD Act.
Sure, Senator, I'm happy to talk to both of those. We had discussions internally about whether we should build a kids version of Instagram, like the kids versions of YouTube and other services. We haven't actually moved forward with that, and we currently have no plans to do so. So I can't speak directly to the exact emails that you cited, but it sounds to me like they were deliberations around a project that people internally thought was important, and we didn't end up moving forward with.
Okay, and the bills, what are you going to say about the two bills?
Sure, so overall, I mean, my position on the bills is, I agree with the the goal of all of them. There are most things that I agree with within them. There are specific things that I would probably do differently. We also have our own legislative proposal for what we think would be most effective in terms of helping the internet in the various companies give parents control over the experience. So I'm happy to go into the detail on any one of them, but ultimately,
I think these parents will tell you that this stuff hasn't worked. To just give parents control, they don't know what to do. It's very, very hard, and that's why we are coming up with other solutions that we think are much more helpful to law enforcement, but also this idea of finally getting something going on liability. Because I just believe with all the resources you have, that you actually would be able to do more than you're doing, or these parents would be sitting behind you right now in this Senate hearing room.
Thank you, Senator
Senator, can
Klobuchar.
I speak to that? Or do you want me to come back later?
Please go ahead.
I don't think that parents should have to upload an ID or prove that they're the parent of a child in every single app that their children use. I think the right place to do this, and a place where it would be actually very easy for it to work, is within the app stores themselves, where my understanding is Apple and Google already, or at least Apple, already requires parental consent when a child does a payment with an app. So it should be pretty trivial to pass a law that requires them to make it so that parents have control anytime a child downloads an app and offers consent of that. And the research that we've done shows that the vast majority of parents want that. And I think that's the type of legislation, in addition to some of the other ideas that you all have, that would make this a lot easier for parents.
Just to be clear, I remember one mom telling me, with all these things she could maybe do that she can't figure out, it's like a faucet overflowing in a sink, and she's out there with a mop while her kids are getting addicted to more and more different apps and being exposed to material. We've got to make this simpler for parents so they can protect their kids, and I just don't think this is going to be the way to do it. I think the answer is what Senator Graham's been talking about, which is opening up the halls of the courtroom so that puts it on you guys to protect these parents and protect these kids, and then also to pass some of these laws that makes it easier for law enforcement.
Thank you, Senator Klobuchar. We're going to try to stick to 7 minute rule. Didn't work very well. But I'll try to get additional time on the other side as well. Senator Cornyn.
There's no question that your platforms are very popular, but we know that while here in the United States we have an open society and free exchange of information, that there are authoritarian governments, there are criminals who would use their platforms for the sale of drugs, for sex, for extortion, and the like. And Mr. Chu, I think your company is unique among the ones represented here today because of its ownership by ByteDance, a Chinese company. And I know there have been some steps that you've taken to wall off the data collected here in the United States. But the fact of the matter is that under Chinese law and Chinese national intelligence laws, all information accumulated by companies in the People's Republic of China are required to be shared with the Chinese intelligence services. ByteDance, the initial release of TikTok, I understand, was 2016. These efforts that you made with Oracle under the so-called Project Texas to wall off U.S. data was in 2021, apparently allegedly fully walled off in March of 23. What happened to all of the data that TikTok collected before that?
Senator, thank you.
From American users.
Understand. TikTok is owned by ByteDance, which is majority owned by global investors, and we have 3 Americans on the board out of 5. You are right in pointing out that over the last 3 years, we have spent billions of dollars building out Project Texas, which is a plan that is unprecedented in our industry to firewall off protected U.S. data from the rest of our staff.
I'm asking about all of the data that you collected prior to that event.
Yes, Senator. We have started the data deletion plan. I talked about this a year ago. We have finished the first phase of data deletion through our data centers outside of the Oracle Cloud infrastructure. We're beginning phase 2, where we will not only delete from the data centers, we will hire a third party to verify that work, And then we will go into, for example, employees working laptops to delete that as well.
Was all of the data collected by TikTok prior to Project Texas shared with the Chinese government pursuant to the national intelligence laws of that country?
Senator, we have not been asked for any data by the Chinese government, and we have never provided it.
Your company is unique again among the ones represented here today because you're currently undergoing review by the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States. Is that correct?
Senator, yes, there are ongoing discussions, and a lot of our Project Texas work is informed by the discussions with many agencies under the CFIUS umbrella.
Well, CFIUS is designed specifically to review foreign investments in the United States for national security risks, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
And your company is currently being reviewed by this interagency committee at the Treasury Department for potential national security risks.
Senator, this review is on a acquisition of Musical.ly, which is an acquisition that was done many years ago.
I mean, is this a casual conversation, or are you actually providing information to the Treasury Department about how your platform operates for evaluating potential national security risks?
Senator, it's been many years across two administrations, and a lot of discussions around how our plans are, how our systems work. We have a lot of robust discussions about a lot of detail.
63% of teens, I understand, use TikTok. Does that sound about right?
Senator, I cannot verify that. We know we are popular amongst many age groups. The average age in the US today for our user base is over 30, but we are aware we are popular.
And you reside in Singapore with your family, correct?
Yes, I reside in Singapore and I work here in the United States as well.
And do your children have access to TikTok in Singapore?
Senator, if they lived in the United States, I would give them access to our under 13 experience. My children are below the age of 13.
My question is, in Singapore, do they have access to TikTok, or is that restricted by domestic law?
We do not have an under 13 experience in Singapore. We have that in the United States. Because we were deemed a mixed audience app, and we created the under 13 experience in response to that.
The Wall Street Journal article published yesterday directly contradicts what your company has stated publicly. According to the journal, employees under the Project Texas say that U.S. user data, including user emails, birth date, IP addresses, continue to be shared with ByteDance staff, again, owned by a Chinese company. Do you dispute that?
Yes, Senator. There are many things about that article that are inaccurate. Where it gets right is that this is a voluntary project that we built. We spent billions of dollars. There are thousands of employees involved, and it's very difficult because it's unprecedented.
Why is it important that the data collected from U.S. users be stored in the United States?
Senator, this was a project we built in response to some of the concerns that were raised by members of this committee and others.
And that was because of concerns that the data that was stored in China could be accessed by the Chinese Communist Party according to the national intelligence law, correct?
Senator, we are not the only company that does business, that has Chinese employees, for example. We're not even the only company in this room that hires Chinese nationals. But in order to address some of these concerns, we have moved the data into the Oracle Cloud infrastructure. We built a 2,000-person team to oversee the management of the data based here. We walled it off from the rest of the organization, and then we open it up to third parties like Oracle, and we will onboard others to give them third-party validation. This is unprecedented access. I think we are unique in taking even more steps to protect user data in the United States.
Well, you've disputed the Wall Street Journal story published yesterday. Are you going to conduct any sort of investigation to see whether there's any truth to the allegations made in the article, or are you just going to dismiss them outright?
We're not going to dismiss them. So we have ongoing security inspections, not only by our own personnel, but also by third parties to ensure that the system is rigorous and robust. no system that any one of us can build is perfect. But what we need to do is to make sure that we are always improving it and testing it against bad people who may try to bypass it. And if anyone breaks our policies within our organization, we will take disciplinary action against them.
Thanks, Senator Cornyn. Senator Coons.
Thank you, Chairman Durbin. First, I'd like to start by thanking all the families that are here today, all the parents who are here because of a child they have lost, all the families that are here because you want us to see you and to know your concern. You have contacted each of us in our offices expressing your grief, your loss, your passion, and your concern. And the audience that is watching can't see this. They can see you, the witnesses from the companies, but this room is packed as far as the eye can see. And when this hearing began, many of you picked up and held pictures of your beloved and lost children. I benefit from and participate in social media, as do many members of the committee and our nation and our world. There are now a majority of people on Earth participating in and in many ways benefiting from one of the platforms you have launched or you lead or you represent. And we have to recognize there are some real positives to social media. It has transformed modern life, but it has also had huge impact on families, on children, on nations. And there's a whole series of bills championed by members of this committee that tries to deal with the trafficking in illicit drugs, the trafficking in illicit child sexual material, things that are facilitated on your platforms that may lead to self-harm or suicide. So we've heard from several of the leaders on this committee, the chair and ranking and very talented and experienced senators. The frame that we are looking at this is consumer protection. When there is some new technology, we put in place regulations to make sure that it is not overly harmful. As my friend Senator Klobuchar pointed out,
well know. Kalau aku kerja kaya, kamu apa yang mereka kerja kaya? Ini kerja apa? So ini be. Papa apa ya? Oleh papa. Dari kecil papa. दो बार करूँगा तो नजर आऊंगी क्या वही सीधा हो गया सीधा हो सीधा है सीधा सीधा हो किसी दिन नहीं आएगा हैं कल फिर सीधा हो पापा का नहीं पाना पापा ने बहुत पाले
entonces vengo a leer esto irónico.
Saya papa lagi.
Assalamualaikum.
Nah, itu juga bang.
Ini dia orang sampai. Ya,